The Sky Trap by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallalee. Lawton enjoyed a good fight. He stood happily trading blows with Slashaway Tommy, his lean-fleshed torso gleaming with sweat. He preferred to work the pugnacity out of himself slowly, to savor it as it ebbed. "Better luck next time, Slashaway," he said, and unlimbered a left hook that thudded against his opponent's jaw with such violence that the big hairy ape crumpled to the resin and rolled over on his back. Lawton brushed a lock of rust-colored hair from his brow and stared down at the limp figure lying on the descending stratoship's slightly tilted athletic deck. "Good work, Slashaway," he said. "You're primitive and beetle-browed, but you've got what it takes." Lawton flattered himself that he was the opposite of primitive. High in the sky, he had predicted the weather for 8 days running, with far more accuracy than he could have put into a punch. They'd flash his report all over Earth in a couple of minutes now. From New York to London, to Singapore and back. In half an hour he'd be donning street clothes and stepping out feeling darned good. He had fulfilled his weekly obligation to society by manipulating meteorological instruments for 45 minutes, high in the warm upper stratosphere, and worked off his pugnacity by knocking down a professional gem slugger. He would have a full, glorious week now to work off all his other drives. The stratoship's commander, Captain Forrester, had come up and was staring at him reproachfully. "Dave, I don't hold with the reforming Johnnies who want to remake human nature from the ground up. But you've got to admit, our generation knows how to keep things humming with a minimum of stress. We don't have world wars now because we work off our pugnacity by sailing into gem sluggers 8 or 10 times a week. And since our romantic emotions can be taken care of by tactile television, we're not at the mercy of every brainless bit of fluff's calculated ankle appeal." Lawton turned and regarded him quizzically. "Don't you suppose I realize that? You'd think I just blew in from Mars." "All right. We have the outlets, the safety valves. They are supposed to keep us civilized. But you don't derive any benefit from them." "The heck I don't. I exchange blows with Slashaway every time I board the Perseus. And as for women, well, there's just one woman in the world for me, and I wouldn't exchange her for all the Turkish images and the tactile broadcasts from Istanbul." "Yes, I know. But you work off your primitive emotions with too much gusto. Even a cast-iron gem slugger can bruise. That last blow was brutal. Just because Slashaway gets thumped and thudded all over by the medical staff twice a week doesn't mean he can take—" The stratoship lurched suddenly. The deck heaved up under Lawton's feet, hurling him against Captain Forrester, and spinning both men around so that they seemed to be waltzing together across the ship. The still limp gem slugger slid downward, colliding with a corrugated metal bulkhead and sloshing back and forth like a wet mackerel. A full minute passed before Lawton could put a stop to that. Even while careening, he had been alive to Slashaway's peril and had tried to leap to his aid. But the ship's steadily increasing gyrations had hurled him away from the skipper and against a massive vaulting horse, barking the flesh from his shins and spilling him with violence onto the deck. He crawled now toward the prone gem slugger on his hands and knees, his temples thudding. The gyration ceased an instant before he reached Slashaway's side. With an effort he lifted the big man up, propped him against the bulkhead, and shook him until his teeth rattled. "Slashaway," he muttered. "Slashaway, old fella." Slashaway opened blurred eyes. "Phew," he muttered. "You sure socked me hard, sir." "You went out like a light," explained Lawton gently. "A minute before the ship lurched." "The ship lurched, sir?" "Something's very wrong, Slashaway. The ship isn't moving. There are no vibrations, and— Slashaway, are you hurt? Your skull thumped against that bulkhead so hard I was afraid—" "No, I'm okay. What do you mean the ship ain't moving? How could it stop?" Lawton said, "I don't know, Slashaway." Helping the gem slugger to his feet, he stared apprehensively about him. Captain Forrester was kneeling on the resin, testing his hawks for sprains with splayed fingers, his features twitching. "Hurt badly, sir?" The commander shook his head. "I don't think so. Dave, we are 20,000 feet up, so how in hell could we be stationary in space?" "It's all yours, Skipper." "I must say you're helpful." Forrester got painfully to his feet and limped toward the athletic compartment's single quartz port, a small circle of radiance on a level with his eyes. As the port sloped downward at an angle of nearly 60 degrees, all he could see was a diffuse glimmer, until he wedged his brow in the observer visor and stared downward. Lawton heard him suck in his breath sharply. "Well, sir?" "There are thin cirrus clouds directly beneath us. They're not moving." Lawton gasped, the sense of being in an impossible situation swelling to nightmare proportions within him. What could have happened? Directly behind him, close to a bulkhead chronometer, which was clicking out the seconds with unabashed regularity, was a misty blue visiplate that merely had to be switched on to bring the pilots into view. The commander hobbled toward it and manipulated a rheostat. The two pilots appeared side by side on the screen, sitting amidst a spidery network of dully gleaming pipelines and nichrome humidification units. They had unbuttoned their high-altitude coats, and their stratosphere helmets were resting on their knees. The Jablochoff candlelight which flooded the pilot room accentuated the haggardness of their features, which were a sickly, cadaverous hue. The captain spoke directly into the visiplate. "What's wrong with the ship?" he demanded. "Why aren't we descending? Dawson, you do the talking." One of the pilots leaned tensely forward, his shoulders jerking. "We don't know, sir. The rotaries went dead when the ship started gyrating. We can't work the emergency torps, and the temperature is rising." "But it defies all logic," Forrester muttered. "How could a metal ship, weighing tons, be suspended in the air like a balloon? It is stationary, but it is not buoyant. We seem in all respects to be frozen in." "The explanation may be simpler than you dream," Lawton said. "When we found the key." The captain swung toward him. "Could you find the key, Dave?" "I should like to try. It may be hidden somewhere on the ship, and then again it may not be. But I should like to go over the ship with a fine-tooth comb. Then I should like to go over outside, thoroughly. Suppose you make me an emergency mate and give me carte blanche, sir." Lawton got his carte blanche. For 2 hours he did nothing spectacular, but he went over every inch of the ship. He also lined up the crew and pumped them. The men were as completely in the dark as the pilots, and the now completely recovered Slashaway, who was following Lawton about like a doting seal. "You're a right guy, sir. Another 2 or 3 cracks and my noggin would have split open." "But not like an eggshell, Slashaway. Pig iron develops fissures under terrific pounding, but your cranium seems to be more like tempered steel. Slashaway, you won't understand this, but I've got to talk to somebody, and the captain is too busy to listen. I went over the entire ship because I thought there might be a hidden source of buoyancy somewhere. It would take a lot of air bubbles to turn this ship into a balloon, but there are large vacuum chambers under the multiple series condensers in the engine room, which conceivably could have sucked in a helium leakage from the carbon pile valves. And there are bulkhead porosities which could have clogged." "Yeah," muttered Slashaway, scratching his head. I see what you mean, sir." "It was no soap. There's nothing inside the ship that could possibly keep us up. Therefore, there must be something outside that isn't air. We know there is air outside. We've stuck our heads out and sniffed it. And we found a curious thing. Along with the oxygen there is water vapor, but it isn't H2O. It's HO. A molecular arrangement like that occurs in the upper solar atmosphere, but nowhere on Earth. And there's a thin sprinkling of hydrocarbon molecules out there, too. Hydrocarbon appears ordinarily as methane gas, but out there it rings up as CH. Methane is CH4. And there are also scandium oxide molecules making unfamiliar faces at us. An oxide of boron with an equational limp." "Gee," muttered Slashaway. "We're up against it, eh?" Lawton was squatting on his hams beside an emergency chute opening on the deck of the Penguin's weather observatory. He was letting down a spliced beryllium plumb line, his gaze riveted on the slowly turning horizontal drum of a windlass, which contained more than 200 feet of gleaming metal cordage. Suddenly, as he stared, the drum stopped revolving. Lawton stiffened, a startled expression coming into his face. He had been playing a hunch that had seemed as insane, rationally considered, as his wild idea about the bulkhead porosities. For a moment he was stunned, unable to believe that he had struck pay dirt. The winch indicator stood at 103 feet, giving him a rich, fruity yield of startlement. 100 feet below him, the plummet rested on something solid that sustained it in space. Scarcely breathing, Lawton leaned over the windlass and stared downward. There was nothing visible between the ship and the fleecy clouds far below, except a tiny black dot resting on vacancy, and a thin beryllium plumb line ascending like an interrogation point from the dot to the chute opening.
"You see something down there?"
Slashaway asked. Lawton moved back from the windlass, his brain whirling. "Slashaway, there's a solid surface directly beneath us, but it's completely invisible."
"You mean it's like a frozen cloud, sir?"
"No, Slashaway. It doesn't shimmer or deflect light. Congealed water vapor would sink instantly to Earth."
"You think it's all around us, sir?"
Lawton stared at Slashaway aghast. In his crude fumblings, the gem-slugger had ripped a hidden fear right out of his subconsciousness into the light. "I don't know, Slashaway," he muttered. "I'll get at that next." A half-hour later, Lawton sat beside the captain's desk in the control room, his face drained of all color. He kept his gaze averted as he talked. A man who succeeds too well with an unpleasant task may develop a subconscious sense of guilt. "Sir, we're suspended inside a hollow sphere which resembles a huge, floating soap bubble. Before we ripped through it, it must have had a plastic surface. But now the tear has apparently healed over, and the shell all around us is as resistant as steel. We are completely bottled up, sir. I shot rocket leads in all directions to make certain." The expression on Forrester's face sold mere amazement down the river. He could not have looked more startled if the nearer planets had yielded their secrets chillingly, and a super-race had appeared suddenly on Earth.
"Good God, Dave, do you suppose something has happened to space?"
Lawton raised his eyes with a shudder. "Not necessarily, sir. Something has happened to us. We're floating through the sky in a huge invisible bubble of some sort, and we don't know whether it has anything to do with space. It may be a meteorological phenomenon."
"You say we're floating?"
"We're floating slowly westward. The clouds beneath us have been receding for 15 or 20 minutes now."
"Phew," muttered Forrester. "That means we've got to—"
He broke off abruptly. The Perseus's radio operator was standing in the doorway, distress and indecision in his gaze. "Our reception is extremely sporadic, sir," he announced. "We can pick up a few of the stronger broadcasts, but our emergency signals haven't been answered."
"Keep trying," Forrester ordered.
"Aye, aye, sir." The captain turned to Lawton.
"Suppose we call it a bubble. Why are we suspended like this, immovably? Your rocket lead shot up, and the plumb line dropped 100 feet. Why should the ship itself remain stationary?"
Lawton said, "The bubble must possess sufficient internal equilibrium to keep a big, heavy body suspended at its core. In other words, we must be suspended at the hub of the converging energy lines."
"You mean we're surrounded by an electromagnetic field?"
Lawton frowned. "Not necessarily, sir. I'm simply pointing out that there must be an energy tug of some sort involved. Otherwise the ship would be resting on the inner surface of the bubble." Forrester nodded grimly.
"We should be thankful, I suppose, that we can move about inside the ship. Dave, do you think a man could descend to the inner surface?"
"I've no doubt that a man could, sir. Shall I let myself down?"
"Absolutely not. Damn it, Dave, I need your energies inside the ship. I could wish for a less impulsive first officer, but a man in my predicament can't be choosy."
"Then what are your orders, sir?"
"Orders? Do I have to order you to think? Is working something out for yourself such a strain? We're drifting straight toward the Atlantic Ocean. What do you propose to do about that?"
"I expect I'll have to do my best, sir." Lawton's best conflicted dynamically with the captain's orders. 10 minutes later, he was descending, hand over hand, on a swaying emergency ladder.
"Tough-fibered Davy goes down to look around," he grumbled.
He was conscious that he was flirting with danger. The air outside was breathable, but would the diffuse, unorthodox gases injure his lungs? He didn't know, couldn't be sure. But he had to admit that he felt all right so far. He was 70 feet below the ship and not at all dizzy. When he looked down, he could see the purple-domed summits of mountains between gaps in the fleecy cloud blanket. He couldn't see the Atlantic Ocean, yet. He descended the last 30 feet with mounting confidence. At the end of the ladder, he braced himself and let go. He fell about 6 feet, landing on his rump on a spongy surface that bounced him back and forth. He was vaguely incredulous when he found himself sitting in the sky, staring through his spread legs at clouds and mountains. He took a deep breath. It struck him that the sensation of falling could be present without movement downward through space. He was beginning to experience such a sensation. His stomach twisted, and his brain spun. He was suddenly sorry he had tried this. It was so damnably unnerving. He was afraid of losing all emotional control. He stared up, his eyes squinting against the sun. Far above him, the gleaming, wedge-shaped bulk of the Perseus loomed colossally, blocking out a fifth of the sky. Lowering his hand, he ran his fingers over the invisible surface beneath him. The surface felt rubbery, moist. He got swayingly to his feet and made a perilous attempt to walk through the sky. Beneath his feet, the mysterious surface crackled, and little sparks flew up about his legs. Abruptly he sat down again, his face ashen. From the emergency chute opening, far above, a massive head appeared.
"You're all right, sir?"
Slashaway called, his voice vibrant with concern.
"Well, You better come right up, sir. Captain's orders."
"All right," Lawton shouted. "Let the ladder down another 10 feet." Lawton ascended rapidly, resentment smoldering within him. What right had the skipper to interfere? He had passed the buck, hadn't he? Lawton got another bad jolt the instant he emerged through the chute opening. Captain Forrester was leaning against a parachute rack, gasping for breath, his face a livid hue. Slashaway looked equally bad. His jaw muscles were twitching, and he was tugging at the collar of his gym suit. Forrester gasped.
"Dave, I tried to move the ship. I didn't know you were outside."
"Good God, you didn't know?"
"The rotaries backfired and used up all the oxygen in the engine room. Worse, there's been a carbonic oxide seepage. The air is contaminated throughout the ship. We'll have to open the ventilation valves immediately. I've been waiting to see if you could breathe down there. You're all right, aren't you? The air is breathable." Lawton's face was dark with fury.
"I was an experimental rat in the sky, eh?"
"Look, Dave, we're all in danger. Don't stand there glaring at me. Naturally, I waited. I have my crew to think of."
"Well, think of them. Get those valves open before we all have convulsions." A half-hour later, charcoal gas was mingling with oxygen outside the ship, and the crew was breathing it in, gratefully. Thinly dispersed and mixed with oxygen, it seemed all right, but Lawton had misgivings. No matter how attenuated a lethal gas is, it is never entirely harmless. To make matters worse, they were over the Atlantic Ocean. Far beneath them was an emerald turbulence, half obscured by eastward-moving cloud masses. The bubble was holding, but the morale of the crew was beginning to sag. Lawton paced the control room. Deep within him, unsuspected energies surged. "We'll last until the oxygen is breathed up," he exclaimed. "We'll have 4 or 5 days at most. But we seem to be traveling faster than an ocean liner. With luck, we'll be in Europe before we become carbon dioxide breathers."
"Will that help matters, Dave?" said the captain wearily.
"If we can blast our way out, it will."
The captain's sagging body jackknifed erect. "Blast our way out? What do you mean, Dave?"
"I've clamped expulsor discs on the cosmic ray absorbers and trained them downward. A thin stream of accidental neutrons directed against the bottom of the bubble may disrupt its energies. Wear it thin. It's a long gamble, but worth taking. We're staking nothing, remember?"
Forrester sputtered. "Nothing but our lives. If you blast a hole in the bubble, you'll destroy its energy balance. Did that occur to you? Inside a lopsided bubble, we may careen dangerously or fall into the sea before we can get the rotary started." "I thought of that. The pilots are standing by to start the rotaries the instant we lurch. If we succeed in making a rent in the bubble, we'll break out of the helicoptic vanes and descend vertically. The rotaries won't backfire again. I've had their burnt-out cylinder heads replaced." An agitated voice came from the visiplate on the captain's desk. "Tuning in, sir." Lawton stopped pacing abruptly. He swung about and grasped the desk edge with both hands, his head touching Forrester's as the two men stared down at the horizontal face of Petty Officer James Caldwell. Caldwell wasn't more than 22 or 3, but the screen's opalescence silvered his hair, misted the outlines of his jaw, giving him the aspect of senility. "Well, young man,"
Forrester growled.
"what is it? What do you want?"
The irritation in the captain's voice seemed to increase Caldwell's agitation. Lawton had to say, "All right, lad, let's have it," before the information which he had seemed bursting to impart could be wrenched out of him. It came in erratic spurts. "The bubble is all blooming, sir. All around inside there are big yellow and purple growths. It started up, above, and spread around. First there was just a clouding over of the sky, sir, and then stalks shot out." For a moment Lawton felt as though all sanity had been squeezed from his brain. Twice he started to ask a question, and thought better of it. Pumpings were superfluous when he could confirm Caldwell's statement in a half a minute for himself. If Caldwell had cracked up, Caldwell hadn't cracked. When Lawton walked to the quartz port and stared down, all the blood drained from his face. The vegetation was luxuriant and unearthly. Floating in the sky were serpentine tendrils as thick as a man's wrist, purplish flowers, and ropey fungus growths. They twisted and writhed and shot out in all directions, creating a tangle immediately beneath him and curving up toward the ship amidst a welter of seed pods. He could see the seeds dropping from pods which reminded him of the darkly horned skate egg sheaths which he had collected in his boyhood from sea beaches at ebb tide. It was the unwholesomeness of the vegetation which chiefly unnerved him. It looked dank, malarial. There were decaying patches on the fungus growths, and a miasmal mist was descending from it toward the ship. The control room was completely still when he turned from the quartz port to meet Forrester's startled gaze.
"Dave, what does it mean?"
The question burst explosively from the captain's lips. "It means life has appeared and evolved and grown rotten ripe inside the bubble, sir, all in the space of an hour or so."
"But that's impossible."
Lawton shook his head. "It isn't at all, sir. We've had it drummed into us that evolution proceeds at a snailish pace. But what proof have we that it can't mutate with lightning-like rapidity? I've told you there are gases outside we can't even make in a chemical laboratory, molecular arrangements that are alien to Earth."
"But plants derive nourishment from the soil," interpolated Forrester.
"I know. But if there are alien gases in the air, the surface of the bubble must be reeking with unheard-of chemicals. There may be compounds inside the bubble which have so sped up organic processes that 100-million-year cycle of mutations has been telescoped into an hour." Lawton was pacing the floor again. "It would be simpler to assume that seeds of existing plants became somehow caught up and imprisoned in the bubble. But the plants around us never existed on Earth. I'm no botanist, but I know what the Congo has on tap, and the green rainforests of the Amazon."
"Dave, if the growth continues, it will fill the bubble. It will choke off all our air."
"Don't you suppose I realize that? We've got to destroy that growth before it destroys us." It was pitiful to watch the crew's morale sag. The miasmal tint of the ominously proliferating vegetation was soon pervading the ship, spreading demoralization everywhere. It was particularly awful straight down. Above a ropey tangle of livid vines and creepers, a kingly stenchweed towered, purplish and bloated and weighted down with seed pods. It seemed sentient somehow. It was growing so fast that the evil odor which poured from it could be correlated with the increase of tension inside the ship. From that particular plant, minute by slow minute, there surged a continuously mounting offensiveness, like nothing Lawton had ever smelt before. The bubble had become a blooming horror sailing slowly westward above the storm-tossed Atlantic, and all the chemical agents which Lawton sprayed through the ventilation valves failed to impede the growth or destroy a single seed pod. It was difficult to kill plant life with chemicals which were not harmful to man. Lawton took dangerous risks, increasing the unwholesomeness of their rapidly dwindling air supply by spraying out a thin diffusion of problematically poisonous acids. It was no sale. The growths increased by leaps and bounds, as though determined to show their resentment of the measures taken against them by marshalling all their forces in a demoralizing plantkrieg. Thwarted, desperate, Lawton played his last card. He sent 5 members of the crew, equipped with blowguns. They returned screaming. Lawton had to fortify himself with a double whiskey soda before he could face the look of reproach in their eyes long enough to get all of the prickles out of them. From then on, pandemonium reigned. Blue funk seized the petty officers, while some of the crew ran amuck. One member of the engine watch attacked 4 of his companions with a wrench. Another went into the ship's kitchen and slashed himself with a paring knife. The assistant engineer leapt through a chute opening, after avowing that he preferred impalement to suffocation. He was impaled. It was horrible. Looking down, Lawton could see his twisted body dangling on a crimson-stippled thorn-like growth 40 feet in height. Slashaway was standing at his elbow in that Waterloo moment, his rough-hewn features twitching.
"I can't stand it, sir. It's driving me squirrely."
"I know, Slashaway. There's something worse than marijuana weed down there." Slashaway swallowed hard.
"That poor guy down there did the wise thing."
Lawton husked. "Stamp on that idea, Slashaway. Kill it. We're stronger than he was. There isn't an ounce of weakness in us. We've got what it takes."
"A guy can stand just so much."
"Bosh! There's no limit to what a man can stand." From the visiplate behind them came an urgent voice. "Radio room tuning in, sir." Lawton swung about. On the flickering screen, the foggy outlines of a face appeared and coalesced into sharpness. The Perseus radio operator was breathless with excitement. "Our reception is improving, sir. European shortwaves are coming in strong. The static is terrific, but we're getting every station on the continent and most of the American stations." Lawton's eyes narrowed to exultant slits. He spat on the deck, a slow tremor shaking him. "Slashaway, did you hear that? We've done it. We've won against hell and high water."
"We've done what, sir?"
"The bubble, you ape. It must be wearing thin. Hell's bells, do you have to stand there gaping like a moronic ninepin? I tell you, we've got it licked."
"I can't stand it, sir. I'm going nuts."
"No, you're not. You're slugging the thing inside you that wants to quit. Slashaway, I'm going to give the crew a first-class pep talk. There'll be no stampeding while I'm in command here." He turned to the radio operator. "Tune in the control room. Tell the captain I want every member of the crew lined up on this screen immediately." The face in the visiplate paled. "I can't do that, sir. Ship's regulations." Lawton transfixed the operator with an irate stare. "The captain told you to report directly to me, didn't he?" "Yes, sir, but if you don't want to be cashiered, snap into it." Yes, sir." The captain's startled face preceded the duty muster visiview by a full minute, seeming to project outward from the screen. The veins on his neck were thick blue cords.
"Dave,"
he croaked,
"are you out of your mind? What good will talking do now?"
"Are the men lined up?" Lawton rapped impatiently. Forrester nodded.
"They're all in the engine room, Dave."
"Good. Block them in." The captain's face receded, and a scene of tragic horror filled the opalescent visiplate. The men were not standing at attention at all. They were slumping against the Perseus's central charging plant in attitudes of abject despair. Madness burned in the eyes of 3 or 4 of them. Others had torn open their shirts and raked their flesh with their nails. Petty Officer Caldwell was standing as straight as a totem pole, clenching and unclenching his hands. The second assistant engineer was sticking out his tongue. His face was deadpan, which made what was obviously a terror reflex look like an idiot's grimace. Lawton moistened his lips. "Men, listen to me. There is some sort of plant outside that is giving off deliriant fumes. A few of us seem to be immune to it."
"I'm not immune, but I'm fighting it, and all of you boys can fight it too. I want you to fight it to the top of your courage. You can fight anything when you know that just around the corner is freedom from a beastliness that deserves to be licked, even if it's only a plant."
"Men, we're blasting our way free. The bubble's wearing thin. Any minute now, the plants beneath us may fall with a soggy plop into the Atlantic Ocean."
"I want every man-jack aboard this ship to stand at his post and obey orders. Right this minute, you look like something that cat dragged in. But most men who cover themselves with glory start off looking even worse than you do." He smiled wryly. "I guess that's all. I've never had to make a speech in my life, and I'd hate like hell to start now." It was Petty Officer Caldwell who started the chant. He started it, and the men took it up until it was coming from all of them in a full-throated roar. "I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman, careless and all that, do you see? Never at fate a railer. What is time or tide to me? All must die when fate shall will it. I can never die but once. I'm a tough, true-hearted skyman. He who fears death is a dunce." Lawton squared his shoulders. With a crew like that, nothing could stop him. His energies were surging high. The deliriant weed held no terrors for him now. They were stout-hearted lads, and he'd go to hell with them cheerfully, if need be. It wasn't easy to wait. The next half-hour was filled with a steadily mounting tension, as Lawton moved like a young tornado about the ship, issuing orders and seeing that each man was at his post. "Steady, Jimmy. The way to fight a deliriant is to keep your mind on a set task. Keep sweating, lad." "Harry, that winch needs tightening. We can't afford to miss a trick." "Yeah, it will come suddenly. We've got to get the rotary started the instant the bottom drops out." He was with the captain and Slashaway in the control room when it came. There was a sudden grinding jolt, and the captain's desk started moving toward the quartz port, carrying Lawton with it.
"Holy Gemini cricket!"
exclaimed Slashaway. The deck tilted sharply, then righted itself. A sudden gush of clear, cold air came through the ventilation valves as the triple rotary started up with a roar. Lawton and the captain reached the quartz port simultaneously. Shoulder to shoulder, they stood staring down at the storm-tossed Atlantic, electrified by what they saw. Floating on the waves far beneath them was an undulating mass of vegetation, its surface flecked with glinting foam. As it rose and fell in waning sunlight, a tainted seepage spread about it, defiling the clean surface of the sea. But it wasn't the floating mass which drew a gasp from Forrester and caused Lawton's scalp to prickle. Crawling slowly across that Sargasso-like island of noxious vegetation was a huge, elongated shape, which bore a nauseous resemblance to a mottled garden slug. Forrester was trembling visibly when he turned from the quartz port.
"God, Dave, that would have been the last straw. Animal life. Dave, I can't realize we're actually out of it."
"We're out all right," Lawton said hoarsely. "Just in time, too. Skipper, you'd better issue grog all around. The men will be needing it. I'm taking mine straight. You've accused me of being primitive. Wait till you see me an hour from now." Dr. Stephen Haldane stood in the door of his Appalachian Mountain laboratory, staring out into the pine-scented dusk, a worried expression on his bland, small-featured face. It had happened again. A portion of his experiment had soared skyward in a very loose group of highly energized wavicles. He wondered if it wouldn't form a sort of sub-electronic macrocosm high in the stratosphere, altering even the air and dust particles which had spurted up with it. its uncharged atomic particles combining with hydrogen and creating new molecular arrangements. If such were the case, there would be 8 of them now, his bubbles floating through the sky. They couldn't possibly harm anything, way up there in the stratosphere, but he felt a little uneasy about it all the same. He'd have to be more careful in the future, he told himself. Much more careful. He didn't want the controllers to turn back the clock of civilization a century by stopping all atom-smashing experiments.
End of The Sky Trap by Frank Belknap Long. Recording by Bill Yallalee.
Special Delivery by Damon Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Reyto. Special Delivery by Damon Knight. Len and Moira Connington lived in a rented cottage with a small yard, a smaller garden, and too many fir trees. The lawn, which Len seldom had time to mow, was full of weeds, and the garden was overgrown with blackberry brambles. The house itself was clean and smelled better than most city apartments, and Moira kept geraniums in the windows. However, it was dark on account of the firs. Approaching the door one late spring afternoon, Len tripped on an unnoticed flagstone and scattered examination papers all the way to the porch. When he picked himself up, Moira was giggling in the doorway. That was funny. The hell it was, said Len. I banged my nose. He picked up his chemistry B papers in a stiff silence. A red drop fell on the last one. Damn it! Moira held the screen door for him, looking contrite and faintly surprised. She followed him into the bathroom. Len, I didn't mean to laugh. Does it hurt much? No, said Len, staring fiercely at his scraped nose in the mirror. It was throbbing like a gong. That's good. It was the funniest thing. I mean funny, peculiar, she clarified hastily. Len stared at her. The whites of her eyes were showing. Is there anything the matter with you? He demanded. I don't know, she said on a rising note. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before. I didn't think it was funny at all. I was worried about you, and I didn't know I was going to laugh. She laughed again, a trifle nervously. Maybe I'm cracking up. Moira was a dark-haired young woman with a placid, friendly disposition. Len had met her in his senior year at Columbia with, looking at it impartially, which Len seldom did, regrettable results. At present, in her 7th month, she was shaped like a rather bosomy Cupid doll. Emotional upsets, he remembered, may occur frequently during this period. He leaned to get past her belly and kissed her forgivingly. You're probably tired. Go sit down and I'll get you some coffee. Except that Moira had never had any hysterics till now, or morning sickness either. She burped instead. And anyhow, was there anything in the literature about fits of giggling? After supper, he marked 17 sets of papers desultorily in red pencil, then got up to look for the baby book. There were 4 dog-eared, paper-bound volumes with smiling infants' faces on the covers, but the one he wanted wasn't there. He looked behind the bookcase and on the wicker table beside it. Moira? Where the devil is the other baby book? Oh, I've got it. Len went and looked over her shoulder. She was staring at a drawing of a fetus lying in a sort of upside-down yoga position inside a cross-sectioned woman's body. That's what he looks like, she said. Mama. The diagram was of a fetus at term. What was that about your mother? Len asked, puzzled. Don't be silly, she said abstractedly. He waited, but she didn't look up or turn the page. After a while, he went back to his work. He watched her. Eventually, she leafed through to the back of the book, read a few pages, and put it down. She lighted a cigarette and immediately put it out again. She fetched up a belch. "That was a good one," said Len admiringly. Moira sighed. Feeling tense, Len picked up his coffee cup and started toward the kitchen. He halted beside Moira's chair. On the side table was her after-dinner cup, still full of coffee, black, scummed with oil droplets, stone cold. "Didn't you want your coffee?" he asked solicitously. She looked at the cup. "I did, but—" She paused and shook her head, looking perplexed. "Well, do you want another cup now?" "Yes, please." "No." Len, who had begun a step, rocked back on his heels. "A witch, damn it." Her face got all swollen. "Oh, Len, I'm so mixed up," she said, and began to tremble. Len felt part of his irritation spilling over into protectiveness. "What you need," he said firmly, "is a drink." He climbed a stepladder to get at the top cabinet shelf which cached their liquor when they had any. Small upstate towns and their school boards being what they were, this was one of many necessary financial precautions. Inspecting the doleful few fingers of whiskey in the bottle, Len swore under his breath. They couldn't afford a decent supply of booze or new clothes for Moira. The original idea had been for Len to teach for a year while they saved enough money so that he could go back for his master's degree. More lately, this proving unlikely, they had merely been trying to put aside enough for summer school, and even that was beginning to look like the wildest optimism. High school teachers without seniority weren't supposed to be married. Or graduate physics students, for that matter. He mixed 2 stiff highballs and carried them back into the living room. "Here you are. Skål." "Ah," she said appreciatively, "that tastes— Ugh!" She set the glass down and stared at it with her mouth half open. "What's the matter now?" She turned her head carefully, as if she were afraid it would come off. "Len, I don't know." "Mama!" "That's the second time you've said that. What is this all—" "Said what?" "Mama. Look, kid, if you're—" "I didn't." She appeared a little feverish. "Sure you did," said Len reasonably. "Once when you were looking at the baby book, and then again just now when you said 'ugh' to the highball. Speaking of which—" "Mama drink milk," said Moira, speaking with exaggerated clarity. Moira hated milk. Len swallowed half his highball, turned and went silently into the kitchen. When he came back with the milk, Moira looked at it as if it contained a snake. "Len, I didn't say that." "Okay." I didn't say Mama, and I didn't say that about the milk." Her voice quavered. "And I didn't laugh at you when you fell down." Len tried to be patient. "It was somebody else." "It was." She looked down at her gingham-covered bulge. "You won't believe me. Put your hand there. No, a little lower." Under the cloth, her flesh was warm and solid against his palm. "Kicks?" he inquired. "Not yet." "Now," she said in a strained voice, "you in there. If you want your milk, kick 3 times. Len opened his mouth and shut it again. Under his hand there were 3 explicit kicks, one after the other. Moira closed her eyes, held her breath, and drank the milk down in one long, horrid gulp. Once in a great while, Moira read, cell cleavage will not have followed the orderly pattern that produces a normal baby. In these rare cases, some parts of the body will develop excessively, while others do not develop at all. This disorderly cell growth, which is strikingly similar to the wild cell growth that we know as cancer— her shoulders moved convulsively in a shudder. Bleh! Why do you keep reading that stuff if it makes you feel that way? I have to, she said absently. She picked up another book from the stack. There's a page missing. Len attacked the last of his medium-boiled egg in a non-committal manner. It's a wonder it's held together this long, he said, which was perfectly just. The book had had something spilled on it, partially dissolving the glue, and was in an advanced state of anarchy. However, the fact was that Len had torn out the page in question 4 nights ago after reading it carefully. The topic was psychoses in pregnancy. Moira had now decided that the baby was male, that his name was Leonardo, not referring to Len, but to Da Vinci, that he'd informed her of these things along with a good many others, that he was keeping her from her favorite foods and making her eat things she detested, like liver and tripe, and that she had to read books of his choice all day long in order to keep him from kicking. It was miserably hot. With commencement only 2 weeks away, Len's students were torpid and galvanic by turns. Then there was the matter of his contract for next year and the possible opening at Oster High, which would mean more money, and the parent-teachers thing tonight at which Superintendent Greer and his wife would be regally present. Moira was knee-deep in Volume 1 of Der Untergang des Abendlandes. Moving her lips, an occasional guttural escaped her. Len cleared his throat. Moi? Und also das Tragischen? What in God's name does he mean by that? What, Len? He made an irritated noise. Why not try the English edition? Leo wants to learn German. What were you going to say? Len closed his eyes for a moment. About this PTA business, you sure you want to go? Well, of course. It's pretty important, isn't it? Unless you think I look too sloppy. No, damn it. But are you feeling up to it? There were faint violet crescents under Moira's eyes. She'd been sleeping badly. Sure, she said. All right. And you'll go see the doctor tomorrow? I said I would. And you won't say anything about Leo to Mrs. Greer or anybody? She looked slightly embarrassed. Not till he's born, I think, don't you? It would be an awful hard thing to prove. Even you wouldn't have believed me if you hadn't felt him kick. This experiment had not been repeated, though Len had asked often enough. All little Leo had wanted, Moira said, was to establish communication with his mother. He didn't seem to be interested in Len at all. Too young, she explained. And still, Len recalled the frogs his biology class had dissected last semester. One of them had had 2 hearts. This disorderly cell growth, like a cancer, unpredictable extra fingers or toes or a double dose of cortex. And I'll burp like a lady, if at all, Moira assured him cheerfully as they got ready to leave. The room was empty except for the ladies of the committee, 2 nervously smiling male teachers, and the impressive bulk of Superintendent Greer when the Conningtons arrived. Card table legs squeaked on bare floor. The air was heavy with wood polish and musk. Greer advanced, beaming fixedly. Well, isn't this nice? How are you young folks this warm evening? Oh, we thought we'd be earlier, Mr. Greer, said Moira with pretty vexation. She looked surprisingly schoolgirlish and chic. The lump that was Leo was hardly noticeable unless you caught her in profile. I'll go right now and help the ladies. There must be something I can still do. No, now, we won't hear of it, but I'll tell you what you can do. You can go right over there and say hello to Mrs. Greer. I know she's dying to sit down and have a good chat with you. Go ahead now. Don't worry about this husband of yours. I'll take care of him. Moira receded into a scattering of small shrieks of pleasure, at least half of them arcing across a gap of mutual dislike. Greer, exhibiting perfect dentures, exhaled Listerine. His pink skin looked not only scrubbed but disinfected. His gold-rimmed glasses belonged in an optometrist's window, and his tropical suit had obviously come straight from the cleaners. It was impossible to think of Greer unshaven, Greer smoking a cigar, Greer with a smudge of axle grease on his forehead, or Greer making love to his wife. "Well, sir, this weather. When I think of what this valley was like 20 years ago, at today's prices." Len listened with growing admiration, putting in comments where required. He'd never realized before that there were so many absolutely neutral topics of conversation. A few more people straggled in, raising the room temperature about 0.5 degree per capita. Greer did not perspire. He merely glowed. Across the room, Moira was now seated chummily with Mrs. Greer, a large-bosomed woman in an outrageously unfashionable hat. Moira appeared to be telling a joke. Len knew perfectly well that it was a clean one, but he listened tensely all the same until he heard Mrs. Greer yelp with laughter. Her voice carried well. "Oh, that's priceless! Oh, dear, I only hope I can remember it." Len had resolutely not been thinking of ways to turn the conversation toward the Oster vacancy. He stiffened again when he realized that Greer had abruptly begun to talk shop. His heart began pounding absurdly. Greer was asking highly pertinent questions in a good-humored but businesslike way, drawing Len out, and not even bothering to be the slightest bit Machiavellian about it. Len answered candidly, except when he was certain that he knew what the superintendent wanted to hear. Then he lied like a Trojan. Mrs. Greer had conjured up a premature pot of tea, and, oblivious to the stares of the thirsty teachers present, she and Moira were hogging it, heads together, as if they were plotting the overthrow of the Republic or exchanging recipes. Greer listened attentively to Len's final reply, which was delivered with as pious an air as if Len had been a Boy Scout swearing on the manual. But since the question had been, "Do you plan to make teaching your career?" there was not a word of truth in it. He then inspected his paunch and assumed a mild theatrical frown. Len, with that social sixth sense which is unmistakable when it operates, knew that his next words were going to be, "You may have heard that Oster High will be needing a new science teacher next fall." At this point, Moira made a noise like a seal. The ensuing silence was broken a moment later by a hearty scream, followed instantly by a clatter and a bone-shaking thud. Mrs. Greer was sitting on the floor, legs sprawled, hat over her eye. She appeared to be attempting to perform some sort of excessively pagan dance. "It was Leo," Moira incoherently told Len at home. "You know she's English. She said of course a cup of tea wouldn't hurt me, and she insisted I go ahead and drink it while it was hot, and I couldn't." No, wait," said Len in a controlled fury. "What? So I drank some, and Leo kicked up and made me burp the burp I was saving, and... oh, Lord. Then he kicked the teacup out of my hand into her lap, and I wish I was dead." On the following day, Len took Moira to the doctor's office, where they read dog-eared copies of the Rotarian and Field and Stream for an hour. Dr. Barry was a round little man with soulful eyes and a 24-hour bedside manner. On the walls of his office, where it's customary for doctors to hang all sorts of diplomas and certificates of membership, Barry had only 3. The rest of the space was filled with enlarged colored photographs of beautiful, beautiful children. When Len followed Moira determinedly into the consulting room, Barry looked mildly shocked for a moment, then apparently decided to carry on as if nothing outre had happened. You could not say that he spoke or even whispered. He rustled. "Now, Mrs. Connington, we're looking just fine today. How have we been feeling?" "Just fine. My husband thinks I'm insane." "That's good. Well, that's a funny thing for him to think, isn't it?" Barry glanced at the wall midway between himself and Len, then shuffled some file cards rather nervously. "Now, have we had any soreness in our stomach?" "Yes, he's been kicking me black and blue." Barry misinterpreted Moira's brooding glance at Len, and his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. "The baby," said Len. "The baby kicks her." Barry coughed. "Any headaches? Dizziness? Vomiting? Swelling in our legs or ankles?" "No." "All righty. Now let's just find out how much we've gained, and then we'll get up on the examination table." Barry drew the sheet down over Moira's abdomen as if it were an exceptionally fragile egg. He probed delicately with his fat fingertips, then used a stethoscope. "Those x-rays," said Len, "have they come back yet?" "Mm-hmm," said Barry. "Yes, here they have." He moved the stethoscope and listened again. "Did they show anything unusual?" Len asked. Barry's eyebrows twitched a polite question. "We've been having a little argument," Moira said in a strained voice, "about whether this is an ordinary baby or not." Barry took the stethoscope tubes away from his ears. He gazed at Moira like an anxious spaniel. "Now let's not worry about that. We're going to have a perfectly healthy, wonderful baby, and if anybody tells us differently, why, we'll just tell them to go jump in the lake, won't we?" "The baby is absolutely normal?" Len said in a marked manner. "Absolutely." Barry applied the stethoscope again. His face blanched. "What's the matter?" Len asked after a moment. The doctor's gaze was fixed and glassy. "Vagitus uterinus," Barry muttered. He pulled the stethoscope off abruptly and stared at it. "No, of course it couldn't be. Now, isn't that a nuisance? We seem to be picking up a radio broadcast with our little stethoscope here. I'll just go and get another instrument." Moira and Len exchanged glances. Moira's was almost excessively bland. Barry confidently came in with a new stethoscope, put the diaphragm against Moira's belly, listened for an instant, and twitched once all over, as if his mainspring had snapped. Visibly jangling, he stepped away from the table. His jaw worked several times before any sound came out. "Excuse me," he said, and walked out in an uneven line. Len snatched up the instrument he had dropped. Like a bell ringing under water, muffled but clear, a tiny voice was shouting. "You bladder-headed pill-pusher! You bedside vacuum! You fifth-rate tree surgeon! You inflated—" A pause. "Is that you, Connington? Get off the line! I haven't finished with Dr. Bedpan yet!" Moira smiled like a Buddha-shaped bomb. "Well," she said. "We've got to think," Len kept saying over and over. "You've got to think." Moira was combing her hair, snapping the comb smartly at the end of each stroke. "I've had plenty of time to think ever since it happened. When you catch up—" Len flung his tie at the carved wooden pineapple on the corner of the footboard. "Moy, be reasonable. The chances against this kid kicking 3 times in any 1-minute period are only about 1 in 100. The chances against anything like—" Moira grunted and stiffened for a moment. Then she cocked her head to one side with a listening expression, a new mannerism of hers that was beginning to send intangible snakes crawling up Len's spine. "What now?" he asked sharply. "He says to keep our voices down. He's thinking." Len's fingers clenched convulsively, and a button flew off his shirt. Shaking, he pulled his arms out of the sleeves and dropped the shirt on the floor. "Look, I just want to get this straight. When he talks to you, you don't hear him shouting all the way up past your liver and lights." "What?" "You know perfectly well he reads my mind." "That isn't the same as—" Len took a deep breath. Let's not get off on that. What I want to know is, what's it like? Do you seem to hear a real voice, or do you just know what he's telling you without knowing how you know? Moira put the comb down in order to think better. It isn't like hearing a voice. You'd never confuse one with the other. It's more... The nearest I can come to it, it's like remembering a voice, except you don't know what's coming. Len picked his tie off the floor and abstractedly began knotting it on his bare chest. And he sees what you see. He knows what you're thinking. He can hear when people talk to you. Of course. This is tremendous. Len began to blunder around the bedroom, not looking where he was going. They thought Macaulay was a genius. This kid isn't even born. I heard him. He was cussing Barry out like Monty Woolley. He had me reading The Man Who Came to Dinner 2 days ago. Len made his way around a small bedside table by trial and error. That's another thing. How much could you say about his personality? I mean, does he seem to know what he's doing, or is he just striking out wildly in all directions? He paused. Are you sure he's really conscious at all? Moira began. That's a silly... and stopped. Define consciousness, she said doubtfully. All right, what I really mean, why am I wearing this necktie? He ripped it off and threw it over a lampshade. What I mean, are you sure you're really conscious? Okay, you make joke, I laugh, ha. What I'm trying to ask is, have you seen any evidence of creative thought, organized thought, or is he just integrating along the lines of instinctive responses? Do you... Yeah, I know what you mean. Shut up a minute. I don't know. I mean, is he awake or asleep and dreaming about us like the Red King? I don't know. And if that's it, what'll happen when he wakes up? Moira took off her robe, folded it neatly, and maneuvered herself between the sheets. Come to bed. Len got one sock off before another thought struck him. He reads your mind. Can he read other people's? He looked appalled. Can he read mine? He doesn't. Whether it's because he can't, I don't know. I think he just doesn't care. Len pulled the other sock halfway down and left it there. In a stiffer tone, he said, one of the things he doesn't care about is whether I have a job. No, he thought it was funny. I wanted to sing through the floor, but I had all I could do to keep from laughing when she fell down. Len, what are we going to do? He swiveled around and looked at her. Look, he said, I didn't mean to sound that gloomy. We'll do something. We'll fix it. Really. I hope so. Careful of his elbows and knees, Len climbed into the bed beside her. Okay now? Moira tried to sit up suddenly and almost made it. She wound up propped on one elbow and said indignantly, Oh, no. Len stared at her in the dimness. What? She grunted again. Len, get up. All right. Len, hurry. Len fought his way convulsively past a treacherous sheet and staggered up, goose-pimpled and tense. What's wrong? You'll have to sleep on the couch. The sheets are in the bottom. On that couch? Are you crazy? I can't help it, she said in a small, faint voice. Please don't let's argue. You'll just have to. Why? We can't sleep in the same bed, she wailed. He says it's so unhygienic. Len's contract was not renewed. He got a job waiting on tables in a resort hotel, an occupation which pays more money than teaching future citizens the rudiments of 3 basic sciences, but for which Len had no aptitude. He lasted 3 days at it. He was then idle for a week and a half until his 4 years of college physics earned him employment as a clerk in an electrical shop. His employer was a cheerfully aggressive man who assured Len that there were great opportunities in radio and television, and firmly believed that atom bomb tests were causing all the bad weather. Moira, in her 8th month, walked to the county library every day and trundled a load of books home in the perambulator. Little Leo, it appeared, was working his way simultaneously through biology, astrophysics, phrenology, chemical engineering, architecture, Christian Science, psychosomatic medicine, marine law, business management, yoga, crystallography, metaphysics, and modern literature. His domination of Moira's life remained absolute, and his experiments with her regimen continued. 1 week she ate nothing but nuts and fruit, washed down with distilled water. The next she was on a diet of porterhouse steak, dandelion greens, and haddock. With the coming of full summer, fortunately, few of the high school staff were in evidence. Len met Dr. Barry once on the street. Barry started, twitched, and walked off rapidly in an entirely new direction. The diabolical event was due on or about July 29th. Len crossed off each day on their wall calendar with an emphatic black grease pencil. It would, he supposed, be an uncomfortable thing at best to be the parent of a super prodigy. Leo would no doubt be dictator of the world by the time he was 15, unless he would be assassinated first. But almost anything would be a fair price for getting Leo out of his maternal fortress. Then there was the day when Len came home to find Moira weeping over the typewriter with a half-inch stack of manuscript beside her. "It isn't anything. I'm just tired. He started this after lunch. Look." Len turned the face-down sheaf the right way up. "Droning, abrasing the demiurge. Here begrims the tale. Eyes undotted, grueling and looking, turns off alarm, sees us close. Stewed beerly, a wretch pence, therefore choose we pawns. Let the pants take air of themselves." The first 3 sheets were all like that. The 4th was a perfectly good Petrarchan sonnet reviling the current administration and the political party of which Len was a Registration Day member. The 5th was hand-lettered in the Cyrillic alphabet and illustrated with geometric diagrams. Len put it down and stared shakily at Moira. "No, go on," she said. "Read the rest." The 6th and 7th were obscene limericks, and the 8th, 9th, and so on to the end of the stack were what looked like the first chapters of a rattling good historical adventure novel. Its chief characters were Cyrus the Great, his jaunty-bosomed daughter Ligeia, of whom Len had never previously heard, and a one-armed Greco-Mede adventurer named Xanthes. There were also courtesans, spies, apparitions, scullery slaves, oracles, cutthroats, lepers, priests, and men-at-arms in magnificent profusion. "He's decided," said Moira, "what he wants to be when he's born." Leo refused to be bothered with mundane details. When there were 80 pages of manuscript, it was Moira who invented a title and byline for it. "The Virgin of Persepolis" by Leon Len, and mailed it off to a literary agent in New York. His response, a week later, was cautiously enthusiastic. He asked for an outline of the remainder of the novel. Moira replied that this was impossible, trying to sound as unworldly and impenetrably artistic as she could. She enclosed the 30-odd pages Leo had turned out through her in the meantime. Nothing was heard from the agent for 2 weeks. At the end of this time, Moira received an astonishing document, exquisitely printed and bound in imitation leather, 32 pages including the index, containing 3 times as many clauses as a lease. This turned out to be a book contract. With it came the agent's check for $900. Len tilted his mop handle against the wall and straightened carefully, conscious of every individual gritty muscle in his back. How did women do housework every day, 7 days a week, 52 goddamn weeks a year? It was a little cooler now that the sun was down, and he was working stripped to shorts and bat slippers, but he might as well have been wearing an overcoat in a Turkish bath. The faint whisper of Moira's monstrous new electrical typewriter stopped, leaving a fainter hum. Len went into the living room and sagged on the arm of a chair. Moira, gleaming sweatily in a flowered housecoat, was lighting a cigarette. "How's it going?" he asked, hoping for an answer. He hadn't always received one. She switched off the machine warily. Page 289. Xanthes killed Alexander. I thought he would. How about Ganesh and Zeusius? I don't know, she frowned. I can't figure it out. You know who it was that raped Marianne in the garden? No, who? Ganesh. You're kidding. Nope. She pointed to the stack of typescript. See for yourself. Len didn't move. But Ganesh was in Lydia buying back the sapphire. He didn't return till... I know, but he wasn't. That was Zeusius in a putty nose with his beard dyed. It's all perfectly logical, the way Leo explains it. Zeusius overheard Ganesh talking to the 3 Mongols. You remember, Ganesh thought there was somebody behind the curtain, only that was when they heard Ligeia scream, and while their backs were turned... All right, but for God's sake, this fouls everything up. If Ganesh never went to Lydia, then he couldn't have had anything to do with distempering Cyrus's armor, and Zeusius couldn't either, because... It's exasperating. I know he's going to pull another rabbit out of the hat and clear everything up, but I don't see how. Len brooded. It beats me. It had to be either Ganesh or Zeusius or Philomenes, though that doesn't seem possible. Look, damn it, if Zeusius knew about the sapphire all the time, that rules out Philomenes once and for all, unless... No, I forgot about that business in the temple. Do you think Leo really knows what he's doing? I'm certain. Lately I've been able to tell what he's thinking even when he isn't talking to me. I mean, just generally, like when he's puzzling over something or when he's feeling mean. It's going to be something brilliant, and he knows what it is, but he won't tell me. We'll just have to wait. I guess so. Len stood up, grunting. Do you want me to see if there's anything in the pot? Please. Len wandered into the kitchen, turned the flame on under the silex, stared briefly at the dishes waiting in the sink, and wandered out again. Since the onslaught of the novel, Leo had relinquished his interest in Moira's diet, and she'd been living on coffee. Small blessings. Moira was leaning back with her eyes closed, looking very tired. "How's the money?" she asked without moving. "Lousy. We're down to $21. She raised her head and opened her eyes wide. "We couldn't be. Len, how could anybody go through $900 so fast?" Typewriter and the dictaphone that Leo thought he wanted till about half an hour after it was paid for. We spent less than $50 on ourselves, I think. Rent, groceries. It goes when there isn't any coming in. She sighed. I thought it would last longer. So did I. If he doesn't finish this thing in a few days, I'll have to go look for work again. Oh, that isn't so good. How am I going to take care of the house and do Leo's writing for him? I know, but... All right, if it works out, fine. If it doesn't, he must be near the end by now. She stubbed out her cigarette abruptly and sat up, hands over the keyboard. He's getting ready again. See about that coffee, will you? I'm half dead. Len poured 2 cups and carried them in. Moira was still sitting poised in front of the typewriter with a curious, half-formed expression on her face. Abruptly, the carriage whipped over, muttered to itself briefly, and thumped the paper up twice. Then it stopped. Moira's eyes got bigger and rounder. "What's the matter?" said Len. She looked over her shoulder. The last line on the page read, "To be continued in our next." Moira's hands curled into small, helpless fists. After a moment, she turned off the machine. "What?" said Len incredulously. "To be continued? What kind of talk is that?" "He says he's bored with the novel," Moira replied dully. "He says he knows the ending, so it's artistically complete. It doesn't matter whether anybody else thinks so or not." She paused. "But he says that isn't the real reason." "Well?" "He's got two reasons. One is that he doesn't want to finish the book till he's certain he'll have complete control of the money it earns." "Yes," said Len, swallowing a lump of anger. "That makes a certain amount of sense. It's his book, if he wants guarantees." "You haven't heard the other one." "All right, let's have it." "He wants to teach us, so we'll never forget who the boss is in this family." "Len, I'm awfully tired," Moira complained piteously late that night. "Let's just go over it once more. There has to be some way. He still isn't talking to you?" "I haven't felt anything from him for the last 20 minutes. I think he's asleep." "All right, let's suppose he isn't going to listen to reason." "I think we'd better." Len made an incoherent noise. "Well, okay. I still don't see why we can't write the last chapter ourselves. It would only be a few pages." "Go ahead and try." "Not me. You've done a little writing. Damn good, too. And if you're so sure all the clues are there... Look, if you say you can't do it, all right, we'll hire somebody, a professional writer. It happens all the time. Thorne Smith's last novel... "It wasn't Thorne Smith's, and it wasn't a novel," she said dogmatically. "But it sold. What one writer starts, another can finish." "Nobody ever finished The Mystery of Edwin Drood." "Oh, hell." "Then it's impossible." "It is. Let me finish. If you're thinking we could have somebody rewrite the last part Leo did..." "Yeah, I just thought of that." "Even that wouldn't do any good. You'd have to go all the way back, almost to page 1. It would be another story when you got through. Let's go to bed." "Moy, do you remember when we used to worry about the law of opposites?" "Hmm?" "The law of opposites. When we used to be afraid the kid would turn out to be a pick and shovel man with a pointy head." He turned. Moira was standing with one hand on her belly and the other behind her back. She looked as if she were about to start practicing a low bow, and doubted she could make it. "What's the matter now?" he asked. "Pain in the small of my back." "Bad one?" "No." "Belly hurt, too?" She frowned. "Don't be foolish. I'm feeling for the contraction. There it comes." But you just said the small of your back." "Where do you think labor pains usually start?" The pains were coming at 20-minute intervals, and the taxi had not arrived. Moira was packed and ready. Len was trying to set her a good example by remaining calm. He strolled over to the wall calendar, gazed at it in an offhand manner, and turned away. "Len, I know it's only the 15th of July, she said impatiently. "Huh? I didn't say anything about that." "You said it 7 times. Sit down. You're making me nervous." Len perched on the corner of the table, folded his arms, and immediately got up to look out the window. On the way back, he circled the table in an aimless way, picked up a bottle of ink and shook it to see if the cap was on tight, stumbled over a wastebasket, carefully upended it, and sat down with an air of "Ici je suis, ici je reste." "Nothing to worry about," he said firmly. Women have kids all the time. True. What for? He demanded violently. Moira grinned at him, then winced slightly and looked at the clock. 18 minutes this time. They're getting closer. When she relaxed, Len put a cigarette in his mouth and lighted it in only 2 tries. How's Leo taking it? Isn't saying. He feels, she concentrated, apprehensive. He tells me he's feeling strange and he doesn't like it. I don't think he's entirely awake. Funny. I'm glad this is happening now, Len announced. So am I, but... Look, said Len, moving energetically to the arm of her chair, we've always had it pretty good, haven't we? Not that it hasn't been tough at times, but, you know. I know. Well, that's the way it'll be again once this is over. I don't care how much of a super brain he is. Once he's born, you know what I mean? The only reason he's had the edge on us all this time is that he could get at us and we couldn't get at him. If he's got the mind of an adult, he can learn to act like one. It's that simple. Moira hesitated. You can't take him out to the woodshed. He's going to be a helpless baby, physically, like anybody else's. He has to be taken care of. All right, there are plenty of other ways. If he behaves, he gets read to. Things like that. That's right. But there's one other thing I thought of. You remember when you said, suppose he's asleep and dreaming, and what happens if he wakes up? Yeah. That reminded me of something else, or maybe it's the same thing. Did you know that a fetus in the womb only gets about half the amount of oxygen in his blood that he'll have when he starts to breathe? Len looked thoughtful. I forgot. Well, that's just one more thing Leo does that babies aren't supposed to do. Use as much energy as he does, you mean? What I'm getting at is, it can't be because he's getting more than the normal amount of oxygen, can it? I mean, he's a prodigy, not me. He must be using it more efficiently. And if that's it, what'll happen when he gets twice as much? They'd prepared and disinfected her along with other indignities, and now she could see herself in the reflector of the big delivery table light, the image clear and bright like everything else, but very haloed and swimmy, and looking like a bat statue of Sita. She had no idea how long she'd been there. That was the dope, probably. But she was getting pretty tired. Bear down, said the staff doctor kindly, and before she could answer, the pain came up like violins, and she had to gulp at the tingly coldness of laughing gas. When the mask lifted, she said, I am bearing down, but the doctor had gone back to work and wasn't listening. Anyhow, she had Leo. How are you feeling? His answer was muddled because of the anesthetic, but she didn't really need it. Her perception of him was clear, darkness and pressure, impatience, a slow, satanic anger, and something else, uncertainty, dread. 2 or 3 more ought to do it. Bear down. Fear, unmistakable now, and a desperate determination. Doctor, he doesn't want to be born. Seems that way sometimes, doesn't it? Now bear down good and hard. Tell him to stop. They're too dangerous to stop. I feel worried. Tell him to stop. What, Leo? What? Bear down, the doctor said abstractedly. Faintly, like a voice underwater, gasping before it drowns. Hurry! I hate you! Tell him sealed incubator, 10th oxygen, 9/10 inert gases. Hurry, hurry, hurry! An incubator, she panted. He'll need an incubator to live, won't he? Not this baby. A fine, normal, healthy one. He's idiot, lying, stupid fool. Need incubator, 10th oxygen, 10th. Hurry before it's... The pressure abruptly ceased. Leo was born. The doctor was holding him up by the heels, red, wrinkled, puny, but the voice was still there, very small, very far away. Too late, Same as death. Then a hint of the old cold arrogance. Now you'll never know who killed Cyrus. The doctor slapped him smartly on the minuscule behind. The wizen, malevolent face writhed open, but it was only the angry squall of an ordinary infant that came out. Leo was gone, like a light turned off beneath the measureless ocean. Moira raised her head weakly. "Give him one for me," she said. End of special delivery by Damon Knight.
The Stutterer by R.R. Merlis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. A man can be killed by a toy gun. He can die of fright, for heart attacks can kill. What then is the deadly thing that must be sealed away, forever locked in a buried concrete? A thing or an idea? Out of the 20, only one managed to escape the planet, and he did it very simply, merely by walking up to the crowded ticket window at one of the rocket ports and buying passage to Earth. His Army identification papers passed the harassed inspection of the agent, and he gratefully and silently pocketed the small plastic stub that was handed him in exchange for his money. He picked his way with infinite care through the hordes of ex-soldiers clamoring for passage back to the multitudinous planets from which they had come. Then he slowly climbed the heavy ramp into the waiting rocket. He saw with relief that the seats were strongly constructed, built to survive the pressure of many gravities, and he chose one as far removed as possible from the other passengers. He was still very apprehensive, and, as he waited for the rocket to take off, he tried hard to remember the principles of the pulse drive that powered the ship, and whether his additional weight would upset its efficiency enough to awake suspicion. The seats filled quickly with excited, hurrying passengers. Soon he heard the great door clang shut, and saw the red light flicker on, warning of the takeoff. He felt a slow surge of pressure as the ship arose from the ground, and his chair creaked ominously with the extra weight. He became fearful that it might collapse, and he strained forward trying to shift some of the pressure through his feet to the floor. He sat that way, tense and immobile, for what seemed a long time, until abruptly the strain was relieved, and he heard the rising and falling whine of the rockets that told him the ship was in pulse drive, flickering back and forth across the speed of light. He realized that the pilots had not discovered his extra weight, and that the initial hazards were over. The important thing was to look like a passenger, a returning soldier like the others, so that no one would notice him and remember his presence. His fellow travelers were by this time chatting with one another, some playing cards, and others watching the teledepth screens. These were the adventurers who had flocked from all corners of the galaxy to fight in the first national war in centuries. They were the uncivilized few who had read about battle and armed struggle in their history books and found the old stories exciting. They paid no attention to their silent companion, who sat quietly looking through the quartz windows at the diamond-bright stars tacked against the blackness of infinity. The fugitive scarcely moved the entire time of the passage. Finally, when Earth hung out in the sky like a blue balloon, the ship cut its pulsations and swung around for a tail landing. The atmosphere screamed through the fins of the rocket, and the continents and the countries, and then the rivers and the mountains took shape. The big ship settled down as gently as a snowflake, shuddered a few times, and was quiet. The passengers hurriedly gathered up their scattered belongings and pushed toward the exit in a great rush to be out and back on Earth. The fugitive was the last to leave. He stayed well away from the others, being fearful that if he should touch or brush up against someone, his identity might be recognized. When he saw the ramp running from the ship to the ground, he was dismayed. It seemed a flimsy structure, supported only by tubular steel. 5 people were walking down it, and he made a mental calculation of their weight. About 800 pounds, he thought. He weighed 5 times that. The ramp was obviously never built to support such a load. He hesitated, and then he realized that he had caught the eye of the stewardess waiting on the ground. A little panicky, he stepped out with one foot, and he was horrified to feel the steel buckle. He drew back hastily and threw a quick glance at the stewardess. Fortunately, at the moment, she was looking down one field and waving at someone. The ramp floor was supported by steel tubes at its edges and in its exact center. He tentatively put one foot in the middle over the support and gradually shifted his weight to it. The metal complained creakily, but held, and he slowly trod the exact center line to earth. The stewardess' back was turned toward him as he walked off across the field toward the customs house. He found it comforting to have under his feet what felt like at least 1 yard of cement. He could step briskly and not be fearful of betraying himself. There was one further danger, the customs inspector. He took his place at the end of the line and waited patiently until it led him up to a desk at which a uniformed man sat, busily checking and stamping declarations and traveling papers. The official, however, did not even look up when he handed him his passport and identification. "Human, you don't have to go through immigration," the agent said. "Do you have anything to declare?" No, the traveler said. "I didn't bring anything in." "Sign the affidavit," the agent said, and pushed a sheet of paper toward him. The traveler picked up a pen from the desk and signed John Hall in a clear, perfect script. The agent gave it a passing glance and tossed it into a wire basket. Then he pushed his uniform cap back, exposing a bald head. "You're my last customer for a while, until the rocket from Sirius comes in. Guess I might as well relax for a minute." He reached into a drawer of the desk and pulled out a package of cigarettes, of which he lit one. "You been in the war, too?" he asked. Hall nodded. He did not want to talk any more than he had to. The agent studied his face. "That's funny," he said after a minute. "I never would have picked you for one of those so-called adventurers. You're too quiet and peaceful looking. I would have put you down as a doctor, or maybe a writer." "No," Hall said. "I was in the war." "Well, that shows you can't tell by looking at a fellow," the agent said philosophically. He handed Hall his papers. "There you are. The left door leads out to the copter field. Good luck on Earth." Hall pocketed the stamped documents. "Thanks," he said. "I'm glad to be here." He walked down the wide station room to a far exit and pushed the door open. A few steps farther, and he was standing on a cement path dug into a hillside. Across the valley, bright in the noon sun, lay the pine-covered slopes of the Argus Mountains, and at his feet the green Mojave flowering with orchids stretched far to the north and south. Between the trees in the center of the valley, the Sacramento River rolled southward in a man-made bed of concrete and steel, giving water and life to what had, the century before, been dry, dead earth. There was a small outcropping of limestone near the cement walk, and he stepped over to it and sat down. He would have been happy to rest and enjoy for a few moments his escape and his triumph, but he had to let the others know so that they might have hope. He closed his eyes and groped across the stars toward Grismet. Almost immediately he felt an impatient tug at his mind, strong because there were many clamoring at once to be heard. He counted them. There were 17. So one more had been captured since he had left Grismet. "Be quiet," he told them. "I'll let you see after a while. First I have to reach the 2 of us that are still free." Obediently the 17 were still, and he groped some more and found another of his kind deep in an ice cave in the polar regions of Grismet. "How goes it?" he asked. The figure on Grismet lay stretched out at full length on the blue ice, his eyes closed. He answered without moving. "They discovered my radiation about an hour ago. Pretty soon they'll start blasting through the ice." The one on Earth felt the chill despair of his comrade, and let go. He groped about again until he found the last one, the only other one left. He was squatting in the cellar of a warehouse in the main city of Grismet. "Have they picked up your trail yet?" he asked. "No," answered the one in the cellar. "They won't for a while. I've scattered depots of radiation all through the town. There'll be some time tracking them all down before they can get to me." In a flash of his mind, Hall revealed his escape, and the one on Grismet nodded and said, "Be careful. Be very careful. You are our only hope." Hall returned then to the 17, and he said with his thoughts, "All right, now you can look." Immobile in their darkness, they snatched at his mind, and as he opened his eyes, they too saw the splendors of the mountains and the valley, the blue sky, and the gold sun high overhead. The new man was young, only 26. He was lean and dark, and very enthusiastic about his work. He sat straight in his chair, waiting attentively while his superior across the desk leafed through a folder. "Jordan, Tom Jordan," the older man finally said. "A nice old Earth name. I suppose your folk came from there?" "Yes, sir," the new man said briskly. The chief closed the folder. "Well," he said, "your first job is a pretty important one." "I realize that, sir," Jordan said. "I know it's a great responsibility for a man just starting with a commission, but I'll give it everything I have." The chief leaned back in his seat and scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Normally, we start a beginner like you working in a pair with an older man. But we just haven't got enough men to go around. There are 8,000 planets there." He pointed with his thumb over his shoulder to a wall-sized map of the galaxy, "and we've got to cover every one. It seems reasonable that if he escaped this planet, he'll go to another that will, by its atmosphere or its temperature, give him some natural advantage over us. Some place that is either burning hot or at absolute zero, or perhaps with a chlorine or sulfur dioxide atmosphere. That's why," he hesitated a minute, but continued because he was a truthful man, "I picked you for Earth. It's the most populated of all the planets, and it seems the least likely one that he would choose." Jordan's face dropped a little bit when he heard the last piece of information, but he said, "I understand, sir, and if he's there, I'll bring him back." The chief slouched farther back in his seat. He picked up a shard of rubidium that served as a paperweight and toyed with it. "I guess you know most of the facts. They are made out of permalium. Have you ever seen any of the stuff?" The new man shook his head. "I read about it, though. Some new alloy, isn't it?" "Plenty new. It's the hardest stuff anybody has ever made. If you set off 100 successive atom blasts over a lump of permalium, you might crystallize and scale maybe a micron off the surface. It will stand any temperature or pressure we can produce. It just means there's no way to destroy it." Jordan nodded. He felt a little honored that the chief was giving him this explanation in person rather than just turning him over to one of the scientific personnel for a briefing. He did not understand that the old man was troubled and was talking the situation through as much as for his own sake as for anyone else's. "That's the problem," the chief continued. "Essentially, an indestructible machine with a built-in source of power that one can't reach. It had to be built that way, a war instrument, you know." He stopped and looked squarely at the bright young man sitting across the desk. "This lousy war. You'd think the human race would grow up sometime, wouldn't you?" He filled a pipe with imported Earth tobacco and lit it and took a few deep puffs. "There's something else. I don't know how they do it, but they can communicate with one another over very long distances. That made them very useful for military purposes. They are loyal to one another, too. They try to protect each other and keep one another from being captured. Do you find that surprising?" The question caught Jordan unprepared. "Well, yes, it is, kind of," he said. "They are only machines." The chief closed his eyes for a moment. He seemed tired. "Yes," he repeated, "they are only machines. Anyway, we don't know everything about them, even yet. There are still a few secret angles, I think. The men who could tell us are either dead or in hiding. There's one fact, though, that gives us a great advantage. Their brain—" he stopped on the word and considered it. "I mean, their thinking apparatus gives off a very penetrating short-wave length radiation which you can pick up on your meters anywhere in a radius of 2,000 miles, and you can locate the source accurately if you get within 50 miles. The only problem you'll have in finding them is the confusion created by illegal atomic piles. You'd be surprised how many of them we have turned up recently. They are owned by private parties and are run illegally to keep from paying the tax on sources of power. You have to track those down, but once you get them labeled, it will be clear sailing." He stopped to take a few puffs on his pipe. "Don't try to be a hero," he said after a few moments. "Don't get close to the thing you are hunting. None of them yet has injured any of us, but if one should want to, he could crush you to death with 2 fingers. Use the permalium nets and net bombs if you locate him." He tamped his pipe out. "Well, that's it," he said. The new man arose. "I want you to know that I appreciate the trust you have put in me." "Sure," the chief said, but it was not unfriendly. "Do you like the job?" "It is a great opportunity," Jordan said, and he meant it. "What do you think about what we do to them after we capture them?" The new man shrugged. "I suppose it's the only thing to do. It's not as though they were human." "Yeah," the chief said, "I guess so. Anyway, good luck." Jordan arose and shook the chief's hand. However, just as he was stepping through the door, his superior asked him another question. "Did you know that one of them stutters?" He turned back, puzzled. Stutters? Why would he stutter? How could that be? The chief shook his head and started cleaning out his pipe. "I don't know for sure. You'd better get started." He sat back in his seat and watched the back of the new man as he disappeared through the doorway. That young fellow has a lot to learn, he thought to himself. But even so, maybe he's better off than I am. Maybe I've had too much experience. Maybe too much experience puts you back where you started from. You've done the wrong thing so many times and profited so many times from your mistakes that you see errors and tragedies in everything. He was depressed, and he did something that usually made him feel better again. He reached under the edge of his desk and pulled a little switch that made the galactic map on the wall light up in 3-dimensional depth. Then he swung around in his chair so he could see it. 8,000 planets that his race had conquered. 8,000 planets hundreds of light years apart. Looking at the map gave him a sense of accomplishment and pride in humanity which even a stupid war and its aftermath could not completely destroy. John Hall, the fugitive, walked along the highway leading south from the rocket port. There was very little traffic, only an occasional delivery truck carrying meat or groceries. The real highway was half a mile overhead, where the copters shuttled back and forth up and down the state in neat, orderly layers. The 17 were inside his head, looking through his eyes, and feasting on the blueness of the sky and the rich green vegetation that covered the fertile fields. From time to time they talked to him, giving advice, asking questions, or making comments. But mostly they looked, each knowing that the hours of their sight might be very few. After walking a while, Hall became aware of someone's footsteps behind him. He stopped suddenly in apprehension and swung around. A dozen or so paces away was a red-headed boy of about 10 or 11, dressed in plastic overalls, and carrying a basket of ripe raspberries. The stains about his mouth showed that not all the raspberries were carried in the basket. Hall's anxiety faded, and he was glad to see the child. He had hoped to meet someone who was not so old that they would become suspicious, but old enough that they might give him directions. He waited for the lad to catch up. "Hello," the boy said. "I've been walking behind you most of a mile, but I guess you didn't hear me." "It looks as though you've been picking raspberries," Hall said. "Yep, my dad owns a patch by the river. Want some?" He proffered the basket. "No, thank you," Hall answered. He resumed his walk up the highway with the boy at his side. "Do you live around here?" he asked. "Just up the road a ways." The lad studied his companion for a minute. "You stutter, don't you?" "A little." "There was a boy in my class who used to stutter. The teacher said it was because he thought so far ahead of what he said, he got all tangled up." The boy reached in his basket for a handful of berries and chewed them thoughtfully. "She was always after him to talk slower, but I guess it didn't do any good. He still stutters." "Is there a power plant around here?" Hall asked. You know, where the electricity comes from." "You mean the place where they have the nuclear fission?" The boy stumbled on the unfamiliar word, but got it out. "And they don't let you in because you get poisoned or something?" "Yes, I think that's it." "There are two places. There's one over at Red Mountain, and another over at Ballarat." "Where are they?" "Well," the boy stopped to think. "Red Mountain's straight ahead, maybe 10 miles, and Ballarat's over there." He pointed west across the orange groves. "Maybe 15 miles." "Good," Hall said. "Good." And he felt glad inside of himself. Maybe it could be done, he thought. They walked along together. Hall sometimes listening to the chattering of the boy beside him, sometimes listening to and answering the distant voices of the 17. Abruptly, a few hundred yards before the house that the boy had pointed out as his father's, a small sports car whipped down the highway, coming on them almost without warning. The lad jumped sideways, and Hall, to avoid touching him, stepped off the concrete road. His leg sank into the earth up to the mid-calf. He pulled it out as quickly as he could. The boy was looking at the fast retreating rear of the sports car. "Gee," he said, "I sure didn't see them coming." Then he caught sight of the deep hole alongside the road, and he stared at it. "Gosh, you sure made a footprint there," he said wonderingly. "The ground was soft," Hall said. "Come along." But instead of following, the boy walked over to the edge of the road and stared into the hole. He tentatively stamped on the earth around it. "This ground isn't soft," he said. "It's hard as a rock." He turned and looked at Hall with big eyes. Hall came close to the boy and took hold of his jacket. "Don't pay any attention to it, son. I just stepped into a soft spot." The boy tried to pull away. "I know who you are," he said. "I heard about you on the teledeck." Suddenly, in the way of children, panic engulfed him, and he flung his basket away and threw himself back and forth, trying to tear free. "Let me go!" he screamed. "Let me go! Let me go!" "Just listen to me, son," Hall pleaded. "Just listen to me. I won't hurt you." But the boy was beyond reasoning. Terror-stricken, he screamed at the top of his voice, using all his little strength to escape. "If you promise to listen to me, I'll let you go," Hall said. "I promise," the boy sobbed, still struggling. But the moment Hall let go of his coat, he tore away and ran as fast as he could over the adjacent field. "Wait! Don't run away!" Hall shouted. "I won't hurt you. Stay where you are. I couldn't follow you anyway. I sink to my hips." The logic of the last sentence appealed to the frightened lad. He hesitated, and then stopped and turned around, 100 feet or so from the highway. "Listen," Hall said earnestly. "The teledeps are wrong. They didn't tell you the truth about us. I don't want to hurt anyone. All I need is a few hours. Don't tell anyone for just a few hours, and it'll be all right." He paused because he didn't know what to say next. The boy, now that he seemed secure from danger, had recovered his wits. He plucked a blade of grass from the ground and chewed on an end of it, looking for all the world like a grown-up farmer thoughtfully considering his fields. "Well, I guess you could have hurt me plenty, but you didn't," he said. "That's something." "Just a few hours," Hall said. "It won't take long. You can tell your father tonight." The boy suddenly remembered his raspberries when he saw his basket and its spilled contents on the highway. "Why don't you go along a bit?" he said. "I would like to pick up those berries I dropped." "Remember," Hall said, "just a few hours." He turned and started walking again toward Red Mountain. Inside his mind, the 17 asked anxiously, "Do you think he'll give the alarm? Will he report your presence?" Back on the highway, the boy was gathering up the berries back into his basket while he tried to make his mind up. Jordan reached Earth atmosphere about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He immediately reported in to the terrestrial police force, and via the teledept screen spoke with a bored lieutenant. The lieutenant, after listening to Jordan's account of his mission, assured him without any particular enthusiasm of the willingness of the terrestrial forces to cooperate, and of more value, gave him the location of all licensed sources of radiation in the Western Hemisphere. The galactic agent set eagerly to work, and in the next several hours uncovered 2 unlisted radiation sources, both of which he promptly investigated. In one case north of Eugene, he found in the backyard of a metal die company a small atomic pile. The owner was using it as an illegal generator of electricity, and when he saw Jordan snooping about with his detection instruments, he immediately offered the agent a sizable bribe. It was a grave mistake, since Jordan filed charges against him via teledept not only for evading taxes, but also for attempted bribery. The second strike seemed more hopeful. He picked up strong radiation in a rather barren area of Montana. However, when he landed, he found that it was arising from the Earth itself. From a short conversation with the local authorities, he learned that the phenomenon was well known. An atomic fission plant had been destroyed at that site during the Third World War. He was flying over the lovely blue water of Lake Bonneville when his teledept screen flickered. He flipped the switch on, and the lieutenant's picture flooded in. "I have a call I think you ought to take," the Earth official said. "It seems as though it might be in your line. It's from a sheriff in a small town in California. I'll have the operator plug him in." Abruptly, that picture switched to that of a stout, red-faced man wearing the brown uniform of a county peace officer. "You're the Galactic man?" the sheriff asked. "Yes, my name is Tom Jordan," Jordan said. "Mine's Burkhammer." It must have been warm in California, because the sheriff pulled out a large handkerchief and mopped his brow. When he was done with that, he blew his nose loudly. "Hay fever," he announced. "Want to see my credentials?" "Oh, sure," the sheriff hastily replied. He scrutinized the card and badge that Jordan displayed. After a moment he said, "I don't know why I'm looking at those. They might be fakes for all I know. Never saw them before, and I'll probably never see them again." "They're genuine." "The deuce with formality," the sheriff said heavily. "There's some kid around here who thinks he saw that machine you're supposed to be looking for." "When was that?" Jordan asked. "About 4 hours ago. Here, I'll let you talk to him yourself." He pulled his big hulk to one side, and a boy and his father walked into the picture. The boy was red-eyed, as though he had been crying. The father was a tall, stoop-shouldered farmer, dressed like his son in plastic overalls. The sheriff patted the boy on the back. "Come on, Jimmy, tell the man what you saw." "I saw him," the boy said sullenly. "I walked up the highway with him." Jordan leaned forward toward the screen. "How did you know who he was?" "I knew because when he stepped on the ground, he sank into it up to his knee. He tried to say the ground was soft, but it was hard. I know it was hard." "Why did you wait so long to tell anybody?" Jordan asked softly. The boy looked at him with defiance and dislike in his eyes, and kept his small mouth clamped shut. His father nudged him roughly in the ribs. "Answer the man," he commanded. Jimmy looked down at his shoes. "Because he asked me not to tell for a while," he said curtly. "Stubborn as nails," the father said, not without pride in his voice. "Got more loyalty to a lousy machine than to the whole human race." "Which way did he go, Jimmy?" "Toward Red Mountain. I think maybe to the power house. He asked me where it was." "What do you think he wants with that?" the sheriff asked of Jordan. Jordan shrugged and shook his head. "Maybe it's all in the kid's head," the sheriff suggested. "These wild teledept programs they look at give them all kinds of ideas." "It isn't in my head," Jimmy said violently. "I saw him. He stepped on the ground and stuck his foot into it. I talked to him, and I know something else. He stutters." "What?" said the sheriff. "Now I know you're lying." The father started dragging the boy by the arm. "Come on home, Jimmy. You've got one more licking coming." Jordan, however, was sure the boy was not lying. "Leave him alone," he said. "He's right. He did see him." He took a fast look at the timepiece on his panel board. "I'll be down in an hour and a half. Wait for me." He flicked the switch off and kicked up the motors. The ship shot southward almost as rapidly as a projectile. He had topped the Sierras and had just turned into the great central valley of California when, with the impact of a blow, a frightening thought occurred to him. He flicked the screen on again, and he caught the sheriff sitting behind his desk industriously scratching himself in one armpit. "Listen," Jordan said, speaking very fast. "You've got to send out a national alarm. You must get every man you can down to the power plant. You've got to stop him from getting in." The sheriff stopped scratching himself and stared at Jordan. "What are you so het up about, young man?" "Do it, and do it now!" Jordan almost shouted. "He'll tear the pile apart and let the hafnium go off. It'll blow half the state off the planet." The sheriff was unperturbed. "Mr. Starboy," he said sarcastically, "any grammar school kid knows that if someone came within 100 yards of one of those powerhouse piles, he'd burn like a matchstick. And besides, why would he want to blow himself to pieces?" "He's made out of permalium!" Jordan was shouting now. The sheriff suddenly grew pale. "Get off my screen. I'm calling Sacramento." Jordan set the ship for maximum speed, well beyond the safety limit. He kept peering ahead into the dusk, momentarily fearful that the whole countryside would light up in one brilliant flash. In a few minutes he was sweating and trembling with the tension. Over Walnut Grove he recognized the series of dams, reservoirs, and water lifts where the Sacramento was raised up out of its bed and turned south. For greater speed he came close to the earth, flying at emergency height reserved ordinarily for police, firemen, doctors, and ambulances. He set his course by sight, following the silver road of the river, losing it for 10 or 15 miles at a time when it passed through subterranean tunnels, picking it up again at the surface, always shooting south as fast as the atmosphere permitted. At 7:30, when the sun had finally set, he sighted the lights of Red Mountain, and he cut his speed and swung in to land. There was no trouble picking out the power plant. It was a big dome-shaped building surrounded by a high wall. It was so brilliantly lit up that it stood out like a beacon, and there were several hundred men milling about before it. He settled down on the lawn inside the walls, and the sheriff came bustling up, a little more red in the face than usual. "I've been trying to figure out for the last hour what the devil I would do to stop him if he decided to come here," Berkhammer said. "He's not here, then?" The sheriff shook his head. "And not a sign of him. We've gone over the place 3 times." Jordan settled back in relief, sitting down in the open doorway of his ship. "Good," he said wearily. "Good!" the sheriff exploded. "I don't know whether I'd rather have him show up or not. If this whole business is nothing more than the crazy imagination of some kid who ought to get tanned and a star cop with milk behind his ears, I'm really in the soup. I've sent out an alarm, and I've got the whole state jumping. There's a full mechanized battalion of state troops waiting in there." He pointed toward the power plant. "They've got artillery and tanks all around the place." Jordan jumped down out of the ship. "Let's see what you've got set up here. In the meantime, stop fretting. I'd rather see you fired than vaporized along with 50 million other people." "I guess you're right there," Berkhammer conceded. "But I don't like to have anyone make a fool out of me." At Ballarat, an old man, Eddie Yudovich, was the watchman and general caretaker of the electrical generation plant. Actually, his job was a completely unnecessary one, since the plant ran itself. In its very center, buried in a mine of graphite, were the tubes of hafnium, from whose nuclear explosions flowed a river of electricity without the need of human thought or direction. He had worked for the company for a long time, and when he became crippled with arthritis, the directors gave him the job so that he might have security in his latter years. Yudovich, however, was a proud old man, and he never once acknowledged to himself or to anyone else that his work was useless. He guarded and checked the plant as though it were the storehouse of the terrestrial treasury. Every hour punctually he made his rounds through the building. At approximately 7:30 he was making his usual circuit when he came to the second level. What he discovered justified all the years of punctilious discharge of his duties. He was startled to see a man kneeling on the floor, just above where the main power lines ran. He had torn a hole in the composition floor, and as Yudovich watched, he reached in and pulled out the great cable. Immediately, the intruder glowed in the semi-darkness with an unearthly blue shine, and sparkles crackled off his face, hands, and feet. Yudovich stood rooted to the floor. He knew very well that no man could touch that cable and live, but as he watched, the intruder handled it with impunity, pulling a length of wire out of his pocket and making some sort of a connection. It was too much for the old man. Electricity was obviously being stolen. He roared out at the top of his voice and stumped over to the wall where he threw the alarm switch. Immediately 100 arc lights flashed on, lighting the level brighter than the noon sun, and a tremendously loud siren started wailing its warning to the whole countryside. The intruder jumped up as though he had been stabbed. He dropped the wires, and after a wild look around him, he ran at full speed toward the far exit. "Hold on there!" Yudovich shouted and tried to give chase, but his swollen, crooked knees almost collapsed with the effort. His eyes fell on a large wrench lying on a work table, and he snatched it up and threw it with all his strength. In his youth he had been a ball player with some local fame as a pitcher, and in his later life he was addicted to playing horseshoes. His aim was, therefore, good, and the wrench sailed through the air, striking the runner on the back of the head. Sparks flew, and there was a loud metallic clank, the wrench rebounding high in the air. The man who was struck did not even turn his head, but continued his panicky flight and was gone in a second. When he realized there was no hope of effecting a capture, Yudovich stumped over to see the amount of the damage. A hole had been torn in the floor, but the cable itself was intact. Something strange caught his attention. Wherever the intruder had put his foot down, there were many radiating cracks in the composition floor, just as though someone had struck a sheet of ice with a sledgehammer. "I'll be danged," he said to himself. "I'll be danged and double danged." He turned off the alarm and then went downstairs to the teledesk screen to notify the sheriff's office. A few hundred yards from the powerhouse, John Hall stood in the darkness, listening to the voices of his fellows. There were 18 of them, not 17, for a short while before the one in the ice cave had been captured, and they railed at him with a bitter, hopeless anger. He looked toward the bright lights of the powerhouse, considering whether he should return. "It's too late," said one of them. "The alarm is already out." "Go into the town and mix with the people," another suggested. "If you stay within a half-mile of the hafnium pile, the detection man will not be able to pick up your radiation, and maybe you will have a second chance." They all assented in that, and Hall, weary of making his own decisions, turned toward the town. He walked through a tree-lined residential street, the houses with neatly trimmed lawns, and each with a copter parked on the roof. In almost every house the teledeps were turned on, and he caught snatches of bulletins about himself. "Is known to be in the Mojave area. About 6 feet in height and very similar to a human being. When last seen he was dressed in. Governor Leibowitz has promised speedy action, and Attorney General Markle has stated." The main street of Ballarat was brilliantly lighted. Many of the residents, aroused by the alarm from the powerhouse, were out, standing in small groups in front of the stores and talking excitedly to one another. He hesitated, unwilling to walk through the bright street, but uncertain where to turn. 2 men talking loudly came around the corner suddenly, and he stepped back into a store entrance to avoid them. They stopped directly in front of him. One of them, an overalled farmhand from his looks, said, "He killed the kid just a little while ago. My brother-in-law heard it." "Murderer," the other said viciously. The farmer turned his head, and his glance fell on Hall. "Well, a new face in town," he said after a moment's inspection. "Say, I bet you're a reporter from one of the papers, aren't you?" Hall came out of the entrance and tried to walk around the 2 men, but the farmer caught him by the sleeve. "A reporter, huh? Well, I've got some news for you. That thing from Grismet just killed the kid." Hall could restrain himself no longer. "That's a lie," he said coldly. The farmer looked him up and down. "What do you know about it?" he demanded. "My brother-in-law got it from somebody in the State Guard." "It's still a lie." "Just because it's not on a teledept, you say it's a lie?" the farmer said belligerently. "Not everything is told on the teledept, Mr. Weisenheimer. They're keeping it a secret. They don't want to scare the people." Hall started to walk away, but the farmer blocked his path. "Who are you, anyway? Where do you live? I never saw you before," he said suspiciously. "Ah, Randy," his companion said, "don't go suspecting everybody. I don't like anyone to call me a liar." Hall stepped around the man in his path and turned down the street. He was boiling inside with an almost uncontrollable fury. A few feet away, catastrophe suddenly broke loose. A faulty section of the sidewalk split without warning under his feet, and he went pitching forward into the street. He clutched desperately at the trunk of a tall palm tree, but with a loud snap it broke, throwing him head-on into a parked road car. The entire front end of the car collapsed like an eggshell under his weight. For a long moment the entire street was dead quiet. With difficulty Hall pulled himself to his feet. Pale, astonished faces were staring at him from all sides. Suddenly the farmer started screaming, "That's him! I knew it! That's him!" He was jumping up and down with excitement. Hall turned his back and walked in the other direction. The people in front of him faded away, leaving a clear path. He had gone a dozen steps when a man with a huge double-barreled shotgun popped out from a storefront just ahead. He aimed for the middle of Hall's chest and fired both barrels. The blast and shot struck Hall squarely, burning a large hole in his shirt front. He did not change his pace, but continued step by step. The man with the gun snatched 2 shells out of his pocket and frantically tried to reload. Hall reached out and closed his hand over the barrel of the gun, and the blue steel crumpled like wet paper. From across the street, someone was shooting at him with a rifle. Several times a bullet smacked warmly against his head or his back. He continued walking slowly up the street. At its far end, several men appeared dragging a small howitzer, probably the only piece in the local armory. They scurried around it, trying to get it aimed and loaded. "Fools! Stupid fools!" Hall shouted at them. The men could not seem to get the muzzle of the gun down, and when he was a dozen paces from it, they took to their heels. He tore the heavy cannon off its carriage and with one blow of his fist caved it in. He left it lying in the street, broken and useless. Almost as suddenly as it came, his anger left him. He stopped and looked back at the people cringing in the doorways. "You poor, cruel fools!" Hall said again. He sat down in the middle of the street on the twisted howitzer barrel and buried his head in his hands. There was nothing else for him to do. He knew that in just a matter of seconds the ships with their permalium nets and snares would be on him. Since Jordan's ship was not large enough to transport John Hall's great weight back to Grismet, the terrestrial government put at the agent's disposal a much heavier vessel, one room of which had been hastily lined with permalium and outfitted as a prison cell. A pilot by the name of Wilkins went with the ship. He was a battered old veteran given to cigar smoking, clandestine drinking, and card playing. The vessel took off, rose straight through the atmosphere for about 40 miles, and then hung idly circling Earth, awaiting clearance before launching into the Pulse Drive. A full course between Earth and Grismet had to be plotted and cleared by the technicians at the dispatch center, because the mass of the vessel increased so greatly with its pulsating speed that if any 2 ships passed within 100,000 miles of each other, they would at least be torn from their course and might even be totally destroyed. Wilkins had proposed a pinochle game, and he and Jordan sat playing in the control room. The pilot had been winning, and he was elated. $76 so far, he announced after some arithmetic. The easiest day's pay I made this month. Jordan shuffled the cards and dealt them out 3 at a time. He was troubled by his own thoughts, and so preoccupied that he scarcely followed the game. "Spades again," the pilot commented cheerfully. "Well, ain't that too bad for you?" He gave a cigar a few chomps and played a card. Jordan had been looking out of the window. The ship had tilted, and he could see without rising the rim of the Earth forming a beautiful geometric arc, hazy and blue in its shimmering atmosphere. "Come on, play," the pilot said impatiently. "I just led an ace." Jordan put down his cards. "I guess I better quit," he said. "What the devil?" the pilot said angrily. "You can't quit like that in the middle of a deal. I got a flush and aces." "I'm sorry," Jordan said, "but I'm going to lie down in my cabin until we are given clearance." He opened the door of the little room and went into the hall. He walked down past his own cabin and stopped in front of another door, a new one that was sheathed in permalium. He hesitated a few moments. Then he snapped open the outside latch and walked in, letting the door swing closed behind him. Hall lay unmoving in the middle of the floor, his legs and arms fastened in graves of permalium. Jordan was embarrassed. He did not look directly at the robot. "I don't know whether you want to talk to me or not," he started. "If you don't want to, that's all right. But I've followed you since you landed on Earth, and I don't understand why you did what you did. You don't have to tell me, but I wish you would. It would make me feel better." The robot shrugged, a very human gesture, Jordan noted. "Go ahead and ask me," he said. "It doesn't make any difference now." Jordan sat down on the floor. "The boy was the one who gave you away. If not for him, no one would have ever known what planet you were on. Why did you let the kid get away?" The robot looked straight at the agent. "Would you kill a child?" he asked. "No, of course not," Jordan said, a little bit annoyed. "But I'm not a robot, either." He waited for a further explanation, but when he saw none was coming, he said, "I don't know what you were trying to do in that powerhouse at Ballarat, but whatever it was, that old man could have stopped you. What happened?" "I lost my head," the robot said quietly. "The alarm and the lights rattled me, and I got into a panic." "I see," said Jordan, frustrated, not really seeing it all. He sat back and thought for a moment. "Let me put it this way. Why do you stutter?" Hall smiled a wry smile. "That used to be a military secret," he said. "It's our one weakness, the one Achilles heel in a machine that was meant to be invulnerable." He struggled to a sitting position. "You see, we were made as soldiers, and had to have a certain loyalty to the country that made us. Only living things are loyal, machines are not. We had to think like human beings." Jordan's brows contracted as he tried to understand the robot. "You mean you have a transplanted human brain?" he asked incredulously. "In a way," Hall said. "Our brains are mammalian strips on which the mind of some human donor was magnetically imprinted. My mind was copied from a man who stuttered, and who got panicky when the going got rough, and who couldn't kill a child no matter what was at stake." Jordan felt physically ill. Hall was human, and he was immortal. And according to galactic decree, he, like his fellows, was to be manacled in formalium and fixed in a great block of cement, and that block was to be dropped into the deep silent depths of the Grismet Ocean, to be covered slowly by the blue sediment that gradually filters down through the miles of ocean water, to stay immobile and blind for countless millions of years. Jordan arose to his feet. He could think of nothing further to say. He stopped, however, with the door half open, and asked, "One more question. What did you want with the electrical generator plants on Earth?" Slowly and without emotion, Hall told him. And when he understood, he became even sicker. He went across to his cabin and stood for a while looking out the window. Then he lit a cigarette and lay down on his bunk thinking. After a time he put out the cigarette and walked into the hall, where he paced up and down. As he passed the cell door for about the 10th time, he suddenly swung around and lifted the latch and entered. He went over to the robot, and with a key that he took from his pocket, he unlocked the greaves and changed. "There's no point in keeping you bound up like this," he said. "I don't think you're very dangerous." He put the key back in his pocket. "I suppose you know that this ship runs on an atomic pile," he said in a conversational tone of voice. "The cables are just under the floor in the control room, and they can be reached through a little trap door." Jordan looked directly into Hall's face. The robot was listening with great intentness. "Well," the agent said, "we'll probably be leaving Earth's atmosphere in about 15 minutes. I think I'll go play pinochle with the pilot." He carefully left the door of the cell unlatched as he left. He walked to the control room and found Wilkins, a dry cigar butt clenched between his teeth, absorbed in a magazine. "Let's have another game," Jordan said. "I want some of that $76 back." Wilkins shook his head. "I'm in the middle of a good story here. Real sexy. I'll play you after we take off." "Nothing doing," Jordan said sharply. "Let's play right now." Wilkins kept reading. "We got an 18-hour flight in front of us. You have lots of time." The agent snatched the magazine out of his hands. "We're going to play right now in my cabin," he said. "You quit when I have aces and a flush, and now you come back and want to play again. That's not sportsmanlike," Wilkins complained, but he allowed himself to be led back to Jordan's cabin. "I never saw anybody so upset about losing a miserable $76, was his final comment. The robot lay perfectly still until he heard the door to Jordan's cabin slam shut, and then he arose as quietly as he could and stole out into the hall. The steel of the hall floor groaned, but bore his weight, and carefully, trembling with excitement inside of his ponderous metallic body, he made his way to the control room. He knelt and lifted the little trapdoor, and found the naked power cable pulsating with electrical current. In a locker under the panel board he found a length of copper wire. It was all he needed for the necessary connection. Since his capture, his fellows on Grismet had been silent with despair, but as he knelt to close the circuit, their minds flooded in on him, and he realized with a tremendous horror that there were now 19, that all except he had been found and fixed in their eternal cement prisons. "We are going to have our chance," he told them. "We won't have much time, but we will have our chance." He closed the circuit, and a tremendous tide of electric power flowed into his head. Inside that 2-inch shell of permalium was a small strip of metal tape on whose electrons and atoms were written the borrowed mind of a man. Connected to the tape was a minute instrument for receiving and sending electromagnetic impulses, the chain by which the mind of one robot was tied to that of another. The current surged in, and the tiny impulses swelled in strength and poured out through the hull of the ship in a great cone that penetrated Earth's atmosphere in a quadrant that extended from Baffinland to Omaha and from Hawaii to Labrador. The waves swept through skin and bone and entered the sluggish, gelatinous brain of sentient beings, setting up in those organs the same thoughts and pictures that played among the electrons of the permalium strip that constituted John Hall's mind. All 19 clamored to be heard, for Hall to relay their voices to Earth, but he held them off, and first he told his story. The Cassiopean delegate to the Galactic Senate was at the moment finishing his breakfast. He was small and furry, not unlike a very large squirrel, and he sat perched on a high chair eating salted roast almonds, of which he was very fond. Suddenly a voice started talking inside of his head, just as it did at that very second inside the heads of 13 billion other inhabitants of the northwest corner of Earth. The Cassiopean delegate was so startled that he dropped the dish of almonds, his mouth popping open, his tiny red tongue inside flickering nervously. He listened, spellbound. The voice told him of the war on Grismet, and of the permalium-constructed robots, and of the cement blocks. This, however, he already knew, because he had been one of the delegates to the peace conference who had decided to dispose of the robots. The voice, however, also told him things that he did not know, such as the inability of the robots to commit any crime that any other sane human being would not commit, of their very simple desire to be allowed to live in peace, and most of all, of their utter horror for the fate a civilized galaxy had decreed for them. When the voice stopped, the Cassiopean delegate was a greatly shaken little being. Back on the ship, Hall opened the circuit to the 19, and they spoke in words, in memory pictures, and in sensations. A copter cab driver was hurrying with his fare from Manhattan to Oyster Bay. Suddenly, in his mind, he became a permalium robot. He was bound with cables of the heavy metal, and was suspended upside down in a huge cement block. The stone pressed firmly on his eyes, his ears, and his chest. He was completely immobile, and worst of all, he knew that above his head for 6 miles lay the great Grismet Ocean, with the blue mud slowly settling down, encasing the cement in a stony stratum that would last till the planet broke apart. The cab driver gasped, "What the hell?" His throat was so dry he could scarcely talk. He turned around to his fare, and the passenger, a young man, was pale and trembling. "You seeing things too?" the driver asked. "I sure am," the fare said unsteadily. "What a thing to do!" For 15 minutes, over the northwest quadrant of Earth, the words and the pictures went out, and 13 billion people knew suddenly what lay in the hearts and minds of 19 robots. A housewife in San Rafael was at the moment in a butcher shop buying meat for her family. As the thoughts and images started pouring into her mind, she remained stock still, her package of meat forgotten on the counter. The butcher, wiping his bloodied hands on his apron, froze in that position, an expression of horror and incredulity on his face. When the thoughts stopped coming in, the butcher was the first to come out of the trance-like state. "Boy," he said, "that's sure some way of sending messages. Sure beats the teledeps." The housewife snatched her meat off the counter. "Is that all you can think of?" she demanded angrily. "That's a terrible thing that those barbarians on Grismet are doing to those people. Why didn't they tell us that they were human?" She stalked out of the shop, not certain what she would do, but determined to do something. In the ship, Hall reluctantly broke off the connection and replaced the trapdoor. Then he went back to his cell and locked himself in. He had accomplished his mission. Its results now lay in the opinions of men. Jordan left the ship immediately on landing and took a copter over to the agency building. His conversation with his superior was something he wanted to get over with as soon as possible. The young woman at the secretary's desk looked at him coldly and led him directly into the inner office. The chief was standing up in front of the map of the galaxy, his hands in his pockets, his eyes an icy blue. "I've been hearing about you," he said without a greeting. Jordan sat down. He was tense and jumpy, but tried not to show it. "I suppose you have," he said, adding after a moment, "Sir, how did that robot manage to break out of his cell and get to the power source on the ship in the first place?" "He didn't break out," Jordan said slowly. "I let him out." "I see," the chief said, nodding. "You let him out. I see. No doubt you had your reasons." "Yes, I did. Look," Jordan wanted to explain, but he could not find the words. It would have been different if the robot's messages had reached Grismet. He would not have had to justify himself then. But they had not, and he could not find a way to tell this cold old man of what he had learned about the robots and their unity with men. "I did it because it was the only decent thing to do." "I see," the chief said. "You did it because you have a heart." He leaned suddenly forward, both hands on his desk. "It's good for a man to have a heart and be compassionate. He's not worth anything if he isn't. But," and he shook his finger at Jordan as he spoke, "that man is going to be compassionate at his own expense, not at the expense of the agency. Do you understand that?" "I certainly do," Jordan answered. "But you have me wrong if you think I'm here to make excuses or to apologize. Now, if you will get on with my firing, sir, I'll go home and have my supper." The chief looked at him for a long minute. "Don't you care about your position in the agency?" he asked quietly. "Sure I do," Jordan said almost roughly. "It's the work I wanted to do all my life. But as you said, what I did at my own expense. Look, sir, I don't like this any better than you do. Why don't you fire me and let me go home? Your prisoner's safely locked up in the ship." For answer, the chief tossed him a telegram. Jordan glanced at the first few words and saw that it was from Galactic Headquarters on Earth. He put it back on the desk without reading it, though. "I know that I must have kicked up a fuss. You don't have to spell it out for me. Read it," the chief said impatiently. Jordan took back the telegram and examined it. It read, "To Captain Lawrence McCrae, Detection Agency, Grismet. From Prandtl Aminoterran, Delegate from Cassiopeia, Chairman, Grismet Peace Committee of the Galactic Senate. Message. You are hereby notified that the committee, by vote of 17-0, has decided to rescind its order of January 18, 2214, directing the disposal of the Permalium robots of Grismet. Instead, the committee directs that you remove from their confinement all the robots and put them in some safe place where they will be afforded reasonable and humane treatment. The committee will arrive in Grismet some time during the next month to decide on permanent disposition." Jordan's heart swelled as he read the gram. "It worked," he said. "They have changed their minds. It won't be so bad being discharged now." He put the paper back on the desk and arose to go. The chief smiled, and it was like sunlight suddenly flooding over an Arctic glacier. "Discharged? Now who's discharging you? I'd sooner do without my right arm." He reached in a desk drawer and pulled out a bottle of Old Earth bourbon and 2 glasses. He carefully poured out a shot into each glass and handed one to Jordan. "I like a man with heart, and if you get away with it, why then you get away with it, and that's just what you've done." He sat down and started sipping his whiskey. Jordan stood uncertainly above him, his glass in his hand. "Sit down, son," the old man said. "Sit down and tell me about your adventures on Earth." Jordan sat down, put his feet on the desk, and took a sizable swallow of his whiskey. "Well, Larry," he started, "I got into Earth atmosphere about 2:40 o'clock. This is the end of The Stutterer by R.R. Merlis. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com.
The Slizzers by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Laughland. The Slizzers by Jerome Bixby. The main trouble is you'd never suspect anything was wrong. You'd enjoy associating with Slizzers, so long as you didn't know. They're all around us. I'll call them the Slizzers because they slizz people. Lord only knows how long they've been on Earth, and how many of them there are. They're all around us, living with us. We are hardly ever aware of their existence because they can make themselves look like us, and do most of the time. And if they can look like us, there's really no need for them to think like us, is there? People think and behave in so many cockeyed ways anyhow. Whenever a Slizzer fumbles a little in his impersonation of a human being and comes up with a puzzling response, I suppose we just shrug and think, he could use a good psychiatrist. So, you might be one, or your best friend, or your wife, or husband, or that nice lady next door. They aren't killers or rampaging monsters, quite the contrary. They need us, something like the way we'd need maple trees if it came to the point where maple syrup was our only food. That's why we're in no comic book danger of being destroyed, any more than maple trees would be in the circumstances I just mentioned, or are as things go. In a sense, we're rather well treated and helped along a bit, the way we care for maple trees. But sometimes a man here or there will be careless, or ignorant, or greedy, and a maple tree will be hurt. Think about that the next time someone is real nice to you. He may be a slizzer, and a careless one. How long do we live? Right, about 60, 70 years. You probably don't think much about that because that's just the way things are. That's life. And what the hell? The doctors are increasing our lifespan every day with new drugs and things, aren't they? Sure. But perhaps we'd live to be about 1,000 if the Slizzers left us alone. Ever stop to think how little we know about why we live? What it is that takes our structure of bones and cold cuts and gives it the function we call life? Some mysterious life substance or force the doctors haven't pinned down yet, you say, and that's as good a definition as any. Well, we're maple trees to the Slizzers, and that life stuff is the sap we supply them. They do it mostly when we're feeling good, feeling really terrific. It's easier to tap us that way, and there's more to be had. Maybe that's what makes so-called manic depressives. They track Slizzers when they feel tip-top, the Slizzers feed, and flume, depressive. Like I say, think about all this next time someone treats you just ginger peachy and makes you feel all warm inside. So see how long that feeling lasts, and who is hanging around you at the time. Experiment. See if it doesn't happen again and again with the same people. If you don't usually end up wondering where in hell your nice warm feeling went off to. I found out about the Slizzers when I went up to Joe Arnold's apartment last Friday night. Joe opened the door and let me in. He flashed me his big junior exec's grin and said, "Sit, Jerry. I'll mix you a gin, and the others will be along in a while, and we can get the action started." I sat down in my usual chair. Joe had already fixed up the table. Green felt top, ashtrays, coasters, cards, chips. I said, "If Mel, that's his name, isn't it, the new guy? If he starts calling wild games again when it comes his deal, I'll walk out. I don't like him." I looked at the drink Joe was mixing. "More gin." Joe crimped half a lime into the glass. "He won't call any crazy stuff tonight. I told him that if he did, we wouldn't invite him back. He nearly ruined the whole session, didn't he?" I nodded and took the drink. Joe mixes them right, just the way I like them. They make me feel good inside. How about a little blackjack while we're waiting? Sure, they're late anyway. I got first ace and dealt. We traded a few chips back and forth, nothing exciting. And on the 9th deal, Joe got blackjack. He shuffled, buried a tray, and gave me an ace down, duck up. "Hit me," I said contentedly. Joe gave me another ace. "Mama, hit me again." A 4. "Son," I told him, "you're in for a royal beating. Again." A deuce. Joe winced. I turned up my whole ace and said, "Give me a 6th, you poor son. I can't lose." A 9. 19 and 6, I crowed. I counted up my bets. $5. "You owe me $15. Then I looked up at him. I'll repeat myself. You know that hot flush of pure delight, of high triumph, even of mild avarice that possesses you from tingling scalp to tingling toe when you've pulled off a doozy? If you play cards, you've been there. If you don't play cards, just think back to the last time someone complimented the pants off you, or the last time you clinched a big deal, or the last time a sweet kid you'd been hot after said yes. That's the feeling I mean, the feeling I had, and Joe Arnold was eating it. I knew it somehow the moment I saw his eyes and hands. His eyes weren't Joe Arnold's blue eyes any longer. They were wet balls of shining black that took up half his face, and they looked hungry. His arms were straight out in front of him. His hands were splayed tensely about a foot from my face. The fingers were thinner and much longer than I could recall Joe's being, and they just looked like antennae or electrodes or something, stretched wide open that way and quivering. And I just knew that they were picking up and draining off into Joe's body all the elation, the excitement, the warmth that I felt. I looked at him and wondered why I couldn't scream or move a muscle. "Guess I made a boo-boo," he said. He blinked his big black globes of eyes. "No harm done, though." His head had thinned down, just like his fingers, and now came to a peak on top. He had practically no shoulders. He smiled at me, and I saw long black hair growing on the insides of his lips. "What are you?" I screamed at him to myself. Joe licked his hairy lips and folded those long inhuman hands in front of him. "It hurts like hell," he said in a not-human voice, "to be slizzing you, and then have you chill off on me that way, Jerry. But it's my own fault, I guess." The doorbell rang. 2 soft tones. Joe got up and lit in the other members of our Friday night poker group. I tried to move and couldn't. Fred raised his eyebrows when he saw Joe's face and hands. "Jerry isn't here yet? Relaxing a little?" Then he saw me sitting there and whistled. "Oh, you slipped up, eh?" Joe nodded. "You were late and I was hungry, so I thought I'd go ahead and take my share." I gave him a big kick, and he really poured it out. Radiated like all hell. I took it in so fast that I flooped and lost my plasmic control. "We might as well eat now then," Ray said, "before we get down to playing cards." He sat down across the table, his eyes now suddenly enormous and black, eagerly on me. "I hate like hell waiting until you deal him a big pot." "No," Joe said sharply. "Too much at one time, and he'd wonder what hit him. We'll do it just like always. One of us at a time, and only a little at a time. Get him when he rakes in the loot. They never miss it when they feel like that." "He's right," Fred said. "Take it easy, Ray." He went over to the sideboard and began mixing drinks. Joe looked down at me with his black end of eggplant eyes. "Now to fix things," he said. I blinked and shook my head. "You owe me $15, I said. "Lord," Joe wailed. "Did this Gonif just take me?" Ray groaned sympathetically from the chair across the table where he'd been watching the slaughter. "And how?" Joe pushed 15 blue chips at me. I began stacking them. "Well, that's life," I grinned. Then I shook my head again. "It's the damnedest thing." "What?" Fred asked. He'd been over at the sideboard mixing drinks for the gang while I'd taken Joe over the bumps. Now he brought the tray over and shoved a tall one into Joe's hand. "Don't cry, Joe. What's the damnedest thing, Jerry?" "You know, that funny feeling that you've been someplace before. The same place, the same people, saying the same things, but you can't remember where the hell or when for the life of you. Had it just a moment ago when I told Joe he owed me $15. What do they call it again?" "Déjà vu," said Alan, who's sort of the scholarly type. "Means seen before in French, I think, or something like that." "That's right," I said. "Déjà vu. It's the damnedest, funniest feeling. I guess people have it all the time, don't they?" "Yes," Alan said. Then he paused. "People do. Wonder what causes it." Joe's blue eyes were twinkling. "Don't know. The psychologists have an explanation for it, but it's probably wrong." "Wrong why?" Knowing Joe, I expected a gag. I got it. "Well," Joe said, "let me make up a theory. Ha. Well, it's like this. There are monsters all around us, see? But we don't know they're monsters, except that every once in a while one of them slips up in his disguise and shows himself for what he really is. But this doesn't bother our monsters. They simply reach into our minds and twiddle around and zoop. You're right back where you were before the slip was." "Very funny," Fred said boredly. "Maybe losing $15 made you lose a little sense, Joe. You wouldn't want to lose more than $15, would you? You need some caution in the games we play, no? So cut the nonsense and let's run 'em." Ray licked his lips. Yeah, let's play, huh, fellows? Ray's always eager to get started. We played until 3 a.m. I won $46. I usually do win. I guess over a period of 6 months or so, I'm about $500 ahead of the game, which is why I like to play over at Joe's, even though I am always so damn tired when I leave. Guess I'm not as young as I was. Sometimes I wonder why the odds go my way right down the line. I almost never lose. But hell, it must be an honest game. If they're willing to go on losing to Lucky Bixby, I'm perfectly willing to go on winning. After all, can you think of any reason that makes any sense for someone to rig a game week after week to let you win? October 20th. Frederick Bowles, author's agent. 2200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Dear Fred, well, here's a new story. I've cleared it with Joe. He says it's okay to use his name. You know his sense of humor. I've used your name too, but you can change it if you want to, being the shy, retiring sort you are. Frankly, I'm a little dubious about the yarn. It's the result of last Friday's poker session. I actually did have the deja vu sensation, as you'll recall. On the way home, I stopped in to pick up a chaser, feeling tired as all hell. Like I always do, these long grinds are too much for me, I guess, just like the guy in the story. And the idea came to me to slap the old "we are fodder" angle into the thing as it happened and write it up. But it's still an old plot, and one angle is left unexplained. How is a narrator able to know all about the Slizzers and write about them after Joe gives them the deja vu treatment? Well, maybe the readers won't mind. I've gotten away with bigger holes than that. Try it on Bob Lowndes. I still owe him on that advance. It's up his alley. Hope. Jerry.
October 22nd, 1952. Jerome Bixby, 862 Union Street, Brooklyn, New York. Dear Jerry, I don't go for the Slizzers. It just ain't convincing. As you say, it's an old idea, and besides, again as you say, how does the narrator know what happened? The manuscript looks good in my wastebasket. Forget about it. Sympathies, Fred.
October 23rd, 1952. Frederick Bowles, author's agent. 2200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Dear Wet Blanket, aren't you a little old for that? Respectfully, nuts to you. After proper browbeating, I think I'll try the yarn on Lowndes. It's no masterpiece, but I think it's got a chance. He likes an off-trail bit now and then. I made a carbon, natch, so your ditching of the original comes to naught. Funny thing, every time I read it over, I get the doggondest deja vu feeling. Real dynamic thing, almost lifts my hair. Hope it does the same for the readers, them as can read. Maybe Joe didn't quite do the job of making me forget what happened that night. Haha. Say, maybe that could explain the narrator's remembering what happened. Or maybe, hey, a real idea. Remember Joe's kidding us about monsters? Remember you got a little sore because he was holding up the game, you money-hungry son? I think I'll rewrite the ending to include that, which ought to take care of the narrator's remembering. Joe can be sort of a dopey slizzer, a blat mouth, and his screwy theory, which is true in the story or will be when I write it in, say isn't this involved, can trigger our hero's memory just a bit, shake the block of might, undiddle synapses, etc., and then I'll have you, Platinum Butt, step in to head Joe off under pretense of a poker itch. You know, it's wonderful the way there are hot story ideas and plain old everyday things. So long. Gonna revise. Jerry. October 23rd, 1952. Mr. Robert W. Lowndes, Columbia Publications Incorporated, 241 Church Street, New York, 13, New York. Master. Herewith a story, The Slizzers, which Fred and I don't quite see eye to eye on. He thinks it stinks on ice. I'm sure you will disagree to the tune of nice money. J. Enclosed, The Slizzers.
1952, October 24th, AM 9:06. NB 168 PD, New York, New York, 63110B. Jerome Bixby, 862 Union Street, Apartment 6H. Brooklyn. Jerry, urge strongly that you don't try to sell Slizzers. Stop. It's just no damn good. Stop. You've got your reputation to think of. Stop. Why louse up your good name with a lemon at this late date? Stop. Kill it. Stop. I've talked it over with Joe, and he isn't feeling humorous anymore. Stop. Prefers not to have name used. Stop. Repeat. Kill the thing for your own good. Fred.
1952, October 24th, AM 11:14. KL 300 PD, New York, New York,
12604B, Jerome Bixby, 862 Union Street, Apartment 6H, Brooklyn. Son, like Slizzers, stop. Preposterous but cute, stop. Disagree with Fred to the tune of nice money, but nice money stays in my pocket, stop. You now owe me only $50 of advance August 16th, stop. Do I hear a scream, poor boy? Bob.
October 24th, 1952. Frederick Bowles, author's agent, 2200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Dear Fred, your telegram came too late, and besides, the hell with it. Sent the yarn to Bob yesterday. Groceries and rent wait for no man, you know, and he bought it, like the sensitive and discerning editor he is. What are you and Joe getting your tails in an uproar about? It's only a gag, so relax. Joe will change his mind when he sees his name in print. Would like to have included another angle, by the way. If the narrator's amnesia job had been botched, wouldn't the Slizzers decide pretty damn quick that he was a menace to them and get rid of him? Think I'll send Bob a line or two to stick on the end. You know, the old incompleted sentence deal. Just as if while the narrator was finishing the story, the Slizzers came in and... End of The Slizzers by Jerome Bixby.
This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Reyto. This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. Lou Phillips sat on the cold metal deck of the control room, seething with a growing dislike for the old man. "What you're here for," the other had told him when the guards had brought Phillips in, "is a simple crime of violence. You'll do, I'm sure." The old man paced the deck impatiently while a pair of armed guards maintained a watchful silence by the door. Two more men in plain gray shirts and trousers sat beside Phillips, leaning back sullenly against the bulkhead. He guessed that they were waiting for a fourth, remembering that 3 other figures had been hustled aboard with him at the lunar spaceport. The door slid open, allowing another youth in gray uniform to stumble inside. One of the guards in the corridor beyond shoved the newcomer forward, and Phillips's eyebrows twitched as he had a closer look. This last prisoner was a girl. He thought she might have been pretty, with a touch of lipstick and a kinder arrangement of her short ash-blonde hair, but he lowered his eyes as her hard, wary stare flickered past him. She walked over to the bulkhead and took a seat at the other end of the little group. The old man turned, scanning their faces critically. "I'm in charge of a peculiar project," he announced abruptly. "The director of the lunar detention colony claims that you 4 are the best he has, for our purposes." Long habit kept the seated ones guardedly silent. Seeing, apparently, that they would not relax, he continued. "You were chosen because each of you has received a sentence of detention for life because of tendencies toward violence in one form or another. In our 22nd century civilization, such homicidal inclinations are quite rare, due to the law-abiding habits of generations under the Interplanetary Council." He'd been pacing the cramped space left free by the equipment, the guards, and the 4 seated prisoners. Now he paused, as if mildly astonished at what he was about to say. "In fact, now that we're faced by a situation demanding illegal violence, it appears that no normal citizen is capable of committing such an act. Using you may eliminate costly screening processes and save time. Incidentally, I'm Anthony Varrett, Under Secretary for Security in the Council." None of the 4 showed any overt sign of being impressed. Phillips knew that the others, like himself, were scrutinizing the old man with cold, secretive stares. They had learned through harsh experience to keep their own counsels. Varrett shrugged. "Well then," he said dryly, "I might as well call the roll. I've been supplied with accurate records." He drew a notebook from his pocket, consulted it briefly, then nodded at the man next to the girl. "Robert Brecken," he recited, "age 31, 6 feet, 185 pounds, hair reddish-brown, eyes green, complexion ruddy. Convicted of unjustified homicide by personal assault while resisting arrest for embezzlement. Detention record unsatisfactory. Implicated in 2 minor mutinies." He glanced next at the youth beside Phillips. "Raymond Truesdale, age 22, 5 feet 5, 130. Hair black, eyes dark brown, complexion pale. Convicted of 2 suicide attempts following failures in various artistic fields. Detention record fair. Psychological report poor." His frosty eyes met Phillips's. "Louis Phillips, age 26, 5'10", 180. Hair brown, eyes brown, complexion darkly tanned." That was before Luna, wasn't it, Phillips? "Convicted of unjustified homicide, having assaulted a jet mechanic so as to cause death. Detention record satisfactory." The blonde girl was the last in Varrett's review. "Donna Bailey, age 23, 5'5", 115. Hair blonde, eyes blue, complexion fair. Convicted of manslaughter by negligence while piloting an atmosphere sport rocket in an intoxicated condition. Detention record satisfactory." Varrett fell silent, regarding them with cynical disgust. His lips twisted slightly with distaste. "There we have it," he said. "A violent-tempered thief from the business world, an over-expensive purchase by a rich playboy who became his widow by her own negligence, a mentally unstable fool who thought he was artistically gifted, and a rocket engineer who was too brutally careless with his own strength when irritated by a space-fatigued helper. I wonder if you'll do." Phillips felt impelled at last to speak. "Just what plans do you have for us?" he demanded harshly. "Nothing complicated," replied Varrett, matching his tone. "We need you to perform a mass murder." Phillips blinked, despite his prison-learned reserve. He heard the girl suck in her breath sharply and felt the youth beside him begin to tremble. "I've shocked you, I see," sneered Varrett. "Well, I assure you it shocks me also, probably a good deal more since I've lived a normal life. However, this is the background. About 3 months ago we had reports of the outbreak of a deadly plague in one of the asteroid groups. As near as can be determined, it was spread by the crew of an exploratory rocket after the discovery of a new asteroid. It began to sweep through the mining colonies out there with the velocity of an expanding nova." "Where was your health department?" asked the man named Brecken in a sneering tone. Varrett frowned at him. "Several members gave their lives trying to learn the nature of the disease. We have no information to date, except a theory that it attacks the nervous and circulatory systems, because the reports indicate that the reason of the victim is markedly affected as the disease progresses. Not a single survivor is known. They all die in raving insanity. We don't even know with certainty how it's communicated." "What are you doing?" asked Phillips. "Isolation. It's all we can do, until our medical men can make some progress. We evacuated an asteroid colony and began to ship into it any person showing any of the symptoms, using a cruiser piloted by remote control. That was where we slipped." "How?" "On the last trip, unless we have not really collected all the sufferers, we lost control. Someone being transported knew his spaceships. Shortly thereafter, a gibbering lunatic got on the screen and threatened the escorting rocket. He announced the cruiser would head for Mars, where the passengers would demand their freedom, their past reasoning with." "Can't say I really blamed them," Phillips remarked. "Blamed them? Of course not. Neither do I. What has that got to do with it? What has the Council so worried is that this thing will get loose on Mars, that it may even be carried to Earth and Venus. There were over 100 persons in that ship, no longer responsible for their actions, but capable of causing deaths by the billions. We want to help them, but we simply must hold the line on this quarantine until we solve the medical problem. They stared at him in silence, and Phillips noticed that the old man's forehead was moist with tiny beads of perspiration. Don't you see? They're as good as dead. No knowledge or help of man can save them, as of this moment. If we are ever to be of any help, we must prevent a worse catastrophe. Yes, the survival ship is a world in itself, but this world must die. For a minute or two, it seemed to Phillips that he could hear each person in the control room breathing. Finally, there was a small sound of cloth rubbing on metal as Brecken stirred. "Why pick on us?" he rasped from his seat on the deck. "I'm no volunteer." "I know what you are," replied Varret sharply. "I know what all of you are. You've been chosen for this mission of murder because you're the only people in our culture who are capable of this kind of violence. You've broken our laws, and this is your punishment. It would take us too long to find others like you who had merely never faced the same circumstances that sent you forward to Luna. We've made attempts to attack this vessel. Manned by normal men, our ships could accomplish nothing." "Why not?" asked Phillips. "The crews found that they couldn't kill." "What?" "It amounts to that. One pilot blacked out at the start of an offensive approach. He lost contact before recovering. You realize how quickly that happens at interplanetary speeds. On several other ships, there were passive mutinies. One was destroyed. How, we don't know." "Why don't you get some men in your Department of Security?" sneered Brecken. Varret sighed. It was far from simple cowardice. The crews had fine records. We've been civilized too long. So long that the idea of deliberate killing unnerved them. As to the one ship that did make some motion to attack, it may have been destroyed by the cruiser's defenses, or even by sabotage. Somebody may quite possibly have found the mission too repulsive to face with complete sanity. He was interrupted by a uniformed man who slid the door open and gestured significantly. Varret paused. He nodded, and the newcomer retired. "I have only a few minutes," said the old man, facing them again. "To be brief, this patrol vessel is armed with the best we have in guided atomic missiles and sensitive detection devices. Technical manuals are supplied for everything we could think of, though I doubt you'll need them. We've brought you to within a few hundred miles of them. In a few minutes, my men and I will transfer to an escort ship. We will slip in behind Deimos, not too far away, and pick you up afterward to land you on Mars. Any questions?" "Yes," said Phillips. "What?" "Why should we do anything at all?" Varret's lips tightened. The guard shrugged contemptuously. "I was told to expect that attitude," the old man admitted. "I suppose it's part of the character we now think is needed for such an expedition." "You could hardly expect cooperation," Phillips pointed out. "Laws against any kind of homicide are all well enough, but I, for one, don't see why I should draw the same sentence as a murderer. I had to protect myself or die, probably through having that crazy fool blow up my rocket room." "You'll make a cold landing on Sol before you get any help from me," Brecken added defiantly. The girl said nothing, but Truesdale muttered darkly. "Please," said Varret, "I have no time to argue about our social and legal codes. The Council foresaw that the threat of being yourselves subject to this plague might not be enough. If you succeed in destroying or even immobilizing the cruiser, I can offer you anything you want short of unsupervised liberty. You must still be watched as potential dangers to society, but you may otherwise be as wealthy or independent as you wish." He motioned to the guards, who'd begun to fidget impatiently. Wordlessly, they left the compartment. "You can settle your relations among yourselves," said Varret. "We chose Bailey partly because she's piloted rockets privately, and Phillips because he was a space engineer. Perhaps Brecken could handle the torpedoes. I do not know. He rubbed his chin uneasily. Frankly, I find intimate discussions of the affair repulsive. I hope you'll decide to do what is necessary for the welfare of Earth. He turned abruptly and left the control room. They heard distant voices exhorting him to hurry. 2. Brecken arose and crept furtively to the door. He leaned out to peer down the corridor. The nervous Truesdale bounced up the crowd behind him. Phillips and the girl looked at each other. She shrugged, and they too got to their feet. She turned to the instrument panels, and after a moment Phillips joined her. "How have they got it?" he asked. "Controls locked?" "No," murmured Donna. "Don't need to. We're just coasting. Nice job, though. Fast as a racer, I imagine." "You know something about racers?" "I used to think I did," she answered shortly. He saw pain darken her blue eyes and decided to probe no further. Instead, he wandered about, inspecting the instruments. A few minutes later, with a spaceman's indefinable alertness, he felt a change in the ship. "They still aboard?" he called to Truesdale, who remained at the door, although Brecken had disappeared. The youth glanced over his shoulder, but did not trouble to reply. Phillips's jaw set, and he took a quick step toward the other. Before he reached the doorway, however, Brecken returned from the corridor. Shouldering Truesdale aside, he strode into the control room. "Well," he announced, "the old fool hopped off like he said. Got a viewer in here?" "I have it on now," called Donna from the instrument desk. "There he goes." They gathered around the screen to watch. Near one edge was the image of another ship, with several spacesuited figures clustered around its entrance port. The girl made an adjustment, and the view crept over to the center of the screen just as the last of the figures vanished into the opening. Almost immediately, the other rocket slanted away on a new course. Donna followed it on the screen until the brief flashes of its jets were dimmed by a new radiance, the ruddy disk of Mars. "We are where he said," she admitted. "Now what?" She looked at Phillips, who merely shrugged. "What do you make of it?" she insisted. "Pretty much as he said, probably," answered the engineer. "He's heading for Deimos, I suppose. I hear they're landscaping the whole moon. It's only about 5 miles in diameter, and building a new space station for a radio beacon and relay." "Does that log say anything about the plague ship?" asked Truesdale nervously. Donna scanned the observation record, then adjusted the viewer. The red radiance of Mars fled, to be replaced by a dimmer scene of distant stars. "In there someplace," she said, "out of range of the screen, but we could probably locate it with detector instruments." "Why all the jabber?" demanded Brecken. "Let's get going." Phillips stared at him. "What's the rush? Did he sell you that easily?" "Huh? Oh, hell no. I mean, let's make a dive for Mars. They were dumb to set us loose with a fast ship. We're dumber if we don't use it." "That's right," agreed Truesdale eagerly. "We don't owe them anything. They owe us, for the years they took out of our lives." Truesdale had a point there, Phillips felt. This could grow into quite a discussion, and he was not sure which side he wanted to take. He had no great urge to become a hero, but on the other hand, there was something about Brecken that aroused a certain obstinacy in him. "Wait a minute," Donna protested. "What do you think you're going to do?" "Slip into a curve for Mars," said Brecken. "Slow down enough to take to chutes and let the scans smack up in the desert somewhere. They'll never know if we got out, and we'll be on our own." The girl turned to Phillips. "How about you?" she asked. "Don't you think we should at least consider what Bart told us? If this plague is as dangerous as he says, this is no time to—" "Do you have to be so bloodthirsty?" complained Truesdale. "I don't want to kill anybody," declared the girl. "Maybe we could just disable the cruiser." "Ah, kill your jets," Brecken broke in. I've been waiting for a chance like this for years. Don't get any ideas." "But listen," pleaded Donna. "It's a terrible thing, but if we don't do it, we won't be safe on Mars ourselves. They'll land and set an epidemic loose." "I'll take my chances with it," said Brecken. "You're supposed to know something about piloting. Now get us on a curve for Mars and be snappy about it." Donna turned desperately to Phillips. "Why not look over the ship," the engineer suggested, "before we blast off on half our jets? We can make up our minds when we see what we have for fuel and weapons." Brecken opened his mouth to object, but was smitten by an unpleasant thought. Suppose they didn't leave us enough fuel to make Mars? "We can find out soon enough," said Phillips, leading the way to the door. They trooped down the corridor on his heels, past a few closet-like compartments set aside for living quarters. It was a single-deck ship with storage compartments above and below for fuel, oxygen, and other necessities. The corridor was liberally supplied with handrails, apparently in case of failure of the artificial gravity system. About halfway to the end, another passage crossed the fore and aft one, and a few steps farther was a ladder. This extended up and down a vertical well, which in space amounted to a second cross corridor. Phillips was right when he guessed that the door beyond opened into the rocket room. The others were bored by the power plant of the ship. The engineer, however, could not repress a thrill at once more standing surrounded by the gauges, valves, and pumps with which he'd formerly lived. He strode about, examining and comprehending such appliances as seemed new since his last service in space. "How about it?" demanded Brecken. "Can you handle it?" "Sure," answered Phillips confidently. "Mostly automatic, anyway." "Then we can get moving whenever we want?" "I suppose so. The tanks are nearly full. Let's find those space torpedoes the old man mentioned." "Maybe it won't hurt at that," grumbled Brecken. He led the way out, but paused indecisively. Phillips stepped past him and considered the cross passages near the midpoint of the corridor. Those in the plane of the control room deck probably led to port and starboard airlocks, he reasoned, so the others might lead to the torpedo turrets. He went to the vertical well and started up the ladder, hearing the others follow. At the top he was confronted by a hatch with a red danger sign. Glancing about, he located the gauges that reported the air pressure beyond. Normal. "Make a little room," he said, looking down to Brecken. The big, ruddy face retreated a few rungs. Phillips could hear the others scrambling farther down. He got his head out of the way before pulling the switch that opened the hatch. With a subdued humming of electric motors, the massively constructed door swung down. One after another, they pulled themselves up into the compartment. "This must be where they set controls for launching," guessed Phillips, leaning back against a rack of emergency spacesuits. "That intercom screen on the bulkhead is probably plugged into the control room. Looks as if the torpedoes themselves are stored under that hatch at the other end." "How do they kick them off?" asked Brecken. "Those conveyor belts run them into tubes in the forward bulkhead. A charge of compressed air blows them out, and then the rockets are started and controlled by radio." "You mean we have to point at a target to fire?" "Oh, no. Once the rockets are going, the torpedo can be maneuvered and aimed anywhere by remote control." "I've seen enough," announced Truesdale. "I'm hungry." At that, they all decided to return to the main deck. Phillips carefully closed the airtight hatch as they left, then followed the others in search of the galley. Later, after a very unsatisfactory meal of packaged concentrates, they loitered sullenly in the control room once more while Donna studied the controls. Phillips had finally decided that he could wear the third spacesuit on the rack if he had to. He was idly examining the tools supplied with it when his thoughts were interrupted. Young Truesdale had been monkeying with the range indicator for some time, but now his sharp outcry drew all eyes to him. The others immediately gathered to peer over his shoulder. A needle flickered wildly from one side of the dial to the other. "Here, get it balanced," said Phillips, thrusting a powerful arm between the crowded bodies. As his deft adjustment steadied the needle, he stepped back and leaned against the bulkhead to study their faces. Truesdale's was pale. "It's them," he panted. "Well," asked Donna, "what'll it be?" "What do you mean?" demanded Brecken, red-faced. "It'll be get damn well out of here, that's what it'll be." "Let's see you go," invited the girl coolly. "How well do you pilot a rocket?" Brecken's jaw dropped. "What? You crazy? Did you swallow all that stuff the old man told you?" he sputtered. "Why not?" asked Donna. "They didn't bring us all the way out here for nothing. Varret was scared. If it's that dangerous, somebody just has to do it. And we're here." "Not for long," said Brecken in an ugly tone. "Get hot on those controls. You, Phillips, run back to that rocket room and see that things work." "You try it," suggested the engineer quietly. He would have preferred to avoid the trouble the girl had been stirring up, but he did not relish Brecken's tone. A few days off Luna, he reflected, and already he was getting independent. "Listen," said Donna, encouraged in her defiance. "When I touch those controls, we'll go right up and touch noses with them. You better have a torpedo ready." She turned to the banks of buttons and switches. Muffled thunder from the stern jets trembled through the hull as the men staggered. 3. Brecken recovered his balance first. With a snarl, he grabbed the girl by the nape of the neck and shook her roughly. Glimpsing Phillips's cold sneer, he reached back and seized a heavy metal bar from the spacesuit rack. "Now, damn it," he grated, "you'll do like I tell you. And you, get back there and see that those tubes recharge okay." Phillips felt a hard anger swelling in his throat. From the corner of his eye, he saw Truesdale shrinking back against the bulkhead. He glanced about desperately for something with which to parry Brecken's bar. It was the girl who broke the tense silence. With a gasping intake of breath, she reached up to claw at Brecken's face. Cursing, the man twisted his head away to protect his eyes. He released his grip on the girl's neck and swung a clumsy backhand blow at her head. Donna stumbled and collapsed to the deck. Now or never, Phillips told himself. Without waiting to think, he hurled himself forward. Brecken saw him coming and tried to shift around to meet the engineer's charge. Phillips crashed into him shoulder first, and they both brought up against the opposite bulkhead with a thud. He concentrated all his strength into wringing the other's forearm until he heard the bar clang to the deck. Brecken clubbed him on the side of the head with a wild left swing, and Phillips found the big man's foot in the way when he tried to sidestep. He lost his balance, but kept his grasp on the other so that they went down together, thrashing about for some opening. Brecken was red-faced with a maniacal rage. Beads of saliva sprayed from his twisted lips as he sputtered curses. The engineer let go suddenly and jolted the other under the chin with the heel of his left hand. The man arched backward, but Phillips caught a knee in the chest that sent him slithering across the deck. As he drove to twist to his hands and knees, he saw Brecken groping for the bar. Never reach him, thought Phillips frantically. Thrusting one foot against the leg of an anchored data desk, he raised himself half upright as he lunged desperately at Brecken. Strangely, it occurred to Phillips for a fleeting lapse of time that old Varret had been reasonably astute in his selections, if he desired violent-tempered throwbacks. Then the breath was knocked out of him as he smashed into Brecken with a force that sent them both hurtling into the bulkhead. The other's grunt of pain was almost lost beneath the sharp smack of bone against metal. Phillips scrambled up hastily, but his opponent lay still. Over by the data desk, Donna was beginning to squirm quietly and make groping motions with her outstretched hands. Truesdale had retreated to the forward end of the control room, his features blanched by apprehension. I'll bet, thought Phillips, that old Varret slipped up in your case, my lad. Your reaction to violence must be what they call normal. He beckoned brusquely. Give me a hand with him, he ordered. Brecken still showed no sign of consciousness. Truesdale approached warily, and with his aid Phillips lifted the unconscious man. With their burden limp in their hands, they staggered down the corridor to one of the sleeping compartments. There they slung him into a bunk. He needs attention, said Truesdale. He won't get it from me, snapped Phillips. Lumps on the head were his idea. There's no time to fool with him. He pulled the sliding door shut, noticing that it had no lock. Since Brecken would probably be some time recovering, however, he put that out of his mind. Having returned to the control room, they discovered Donna sitting up. At the sight of them, she pulled herself somewhat shakily to a standing position and brushed back her blonde hair. "What happened?" she asked. "He bumped his head on the bulkhead," said Phillips shortly. This was accepted without comment. They turned to the instruments and examined the dial of the range indicator. "They aren't very far away," said Donna quietly. "Where do you stand now, Phillips?" "I suppose we better do it," he admitted. "Pretty vicious, aren't you?" "No," she snapped. "I don't like it either. I've never caused the death of any human being." "Oh, sure, that's why you were on Luna." She looked at him levelly in the eye, but her shoulders drooped a trifle with the resignation of one who's often been disbelieved. "My husband was a nice guy," she murmured, "but he never did know when he had a drink too many for piloting his jet. He passed out trying to give me a wild ride, and I got to the controls just in time to crash land the rocket. That's where they found me before I came to." "Oh," said Phillips. "Not half as hard as I'm trying to pretend," Donna went on, "even after a year on Luna. But I was a nurse before I was married. I'm thinking about what it'll be like if this plague hits the planets before they find something to fight it with. The children. Imagine that, will you?" Phillips stared at the range indicator. It seemed there were times when an ugly thing had to be done for the common good. He wondered how the old-time executioners had felt in the days when there had been judicial homicide. There were still jailers, for that matter, and men who butchered cattle. "Call it a mercy killing," murmured Donna between pale lips. "Maybe you think that isn't still done once in a while, in spite of modern society." Phillips grunted. "Well, if you can watch at this end, Truesdale and I can go set up a couple of torpedoes. I hope those rocket blasts didn't give us away." "According to Varret," said Truesdale, "there can't be many of them still able to think straight enough to stand on watch. I wonder what it's like." Phillips glanced askance at him, but led the way into the corridor. First of all, he stopped at the rocket room to check the tube readings. The fired jets had been automatically recharged. They left the rocket room and climbed the ladder to the turret. Once inside, Phillips spent the first few minutes inspecting the equipment and thumbing through the manuals left there by Varret. Finally, the bored Truesdale broke in upon his study. "That old goat must be crazy to think he could toss us out here and have us act like a trained crew. How can we even hope to do anything right without blowing ourselves up?" "We could try," said Phillips coldly. "It shouldn't be impossible to get one started at least." He found the twin control panels in the bulkhead and pulled a pair of switches. There was a smooth humming and a slight click as two hatches in the deck slid open. Slanting metal chutes rose out of the dark apertures just behind the conveyor belts. "Look at those babies," breathed Phillips. The snouts of two miniature spaceships protruded from the storage hold. Phillips touched other switches, and the sleek missiles were prodded into the belts and moved forward until the full 20-foot lengths were in view. "Phillips, you better be careful with those things," quavered Truesdale, as the engineer unscrewed a small hatch on one. "Afraid I'll blow it up?" asked Phillips, peering inside. "Why not? You never touched one before." "You go ahead and believe that," retorted the engineer. "Now, I'll just turn on the radio controls, check the batteries, and feed the bad news into the launching tubes. Watch." Replacing the hatch and securing it, he thought out the procedure to use at the remote control panels. Turning on the screen above one of them produced a cross-haired image of the bulkhead directly in front of the near torpedo. He tried various manipulations until he'd focused the view and caused it to sweep all around the interior of the turret. After idly watching himself and Truesdale appear on the screen, he returned the view to dead ahead, switched it off, and turned to the other panel. "Now, I guess I can finish checking," he said. Truesdale clambered hastily down the ladder. Phillips shook his head. "Don't know what use he'll be," he muttered. "Too bad Brecken wouldn't listen. He at least... oh well." He wondered whether he himself would stand up when the time came. What Varret had asked did not sound like much. Just a quick shot and watch them blow apart. What inhibitions made men black out rather than carry it through? It was not as if there were any hope for these people. Surely it was obvious that to permit them in their deranged state to spread the catastrophic plague was inconceivable. But perhaps emotions were stronger than reason. "I'll find out pretty soon," he reflected. There was little more to do in the turret, except to run the torpedoes into the launching tubes and bring up a new pair in reserve. With that much done, he closed the hatch and climbed down the ladder. In the control room, he found Donna and Truesdale peering into the screen. He crowded close to look over their shoulders. A small blob of light floated near the center of the view. "That it?" he asked. "Yes," answered Donna. "Just enough Mars light to show it." "How near are we?" asked Phillips. "About 150 miles. I have quite a large magnification, but they may spot us if they're alert. Are you ready to do something?" "Reasonably," said Phillips. "Where's Brecken?" "You probably killed him," Truesdale broke in accusingly. "I found a first aid kit and gave him a shot," said Donna. "He has a nasty lump on the head, but he might sleep it off." Phillips was watching Truesdale. The youth was visibly nervous. Was it the thought of Brecken, the engineer wondered, or fear of what they were planning to do? Perhaps it would be best to clear the air now before it was too late. "I guess you could handle it here, Donna," he said. "Truesdale and I will go to the turret and stand by." The youth shrank away. "No, I won't go up there again. You can't make me do this." "Do what?" demanded Phillips. "It's murder. You both know it is. They won't even have any warning." "I hope not," said Phillips dryly. "They might get us." "You would put it that way," sneered Truesdale. "You're homicidal at heart anyway." He turned on Donna, wiping perspiration from his forehead. "Are you going to let him do it?" he shrilled. "Are you going to help him commit such a crime?" The girl stared at him with a worried look in her blue eyes, but said nothing. "Come on, Truesdale," said Phillips, making an effort at a peaceful, persuasive tone. "It'll be either their lives or ours if they spot us, and millions more if they get by. They'll be too desperate to think of us. Do you want to die?" The instant he spoke the last words, he remembered the other's record and wished he'd kept quiet. He saw a strange, wild expression creep over Truesdale's features. It changed into a look of hateful cunning as the youth began to sidle toward the door. "I'm not afraid to die," he boasted in a low-pitched but tense voice. "But how about you, Phillips? How about the big, brutal space engineer who's proud of smashing men's skulls against steel walls, who'd like nothing better than to blow up a shipload of innocent people? How do you really know they're dangerous? You don't care, do you?" "Truesdale," snapped Phillips, "calm down." "I'll calm you down with me," shouted the other hysterically. "I'll show you who's afraid to die." He ducked through the door toward which he'd been backing. Phillips lunged after him, just barely missing a grip. "On your toes," he shouted over his shoulder to Donna. and turned on all jets. But Truesdale, driven by his peculiar fury, not only stayed ahead as they raced along the corridor, but actually gained. He was 15 or 20 feet out in front as they reached the midway point. Phillips, expecting him to take refuge in the rocket room, was completely fooled when Truesdale leaped for the ladder in the vertical well. He stumbled and grabbed a handrail to stop himself. The other was swarming upward. Phillips sprang to follow. Hardly had he climbed half a dozen rungs, however, than he saw he was outdistanced. Truesdale's feet were already disappearing beyond the hatchway. Phillips waited for the airtight door to slam shut. It remained open. Then a thrill of instinctive fear shot through him as he thought of what Truesdale might do, probably was doing at that very instant. 4. Throwing his feet clear of the rungs, he plunged back toward the deck, guided only by his hands brushing the sides of the ladder. As Phillips reached the junction of the passages, he kicked desperately away from the ladder. He landed with a thump that would have hurt had he been in a calmer state. Rolling over toward the control room, he came to his feet in time to glimpse Donna looking out the doorway before a jarring shock floored him again. The deafening roar of an explosion resounded in the corridor as a brilliant light was luridly reflected from somewhere behind him. The bewildering force hurled him at the deck. He saw he couldn't prevent his head from striking. Phillips found himself on hands and knees, staring stupidly at the deck a few inches past his nose. As in a nightmare, he seemed to spend an eternity pushing himself painfully to his feet. Clutching a handrail, he finally made it. He saw Donna kneeling in the doorway, hand to head. As he watched, the girl looked at her hand and dazedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe off the blood. Then Phillips became aware of a high breeze in his face. Behind him, the sound of rushing air rose to a moan, then to a shriek. That shocked him to his senses. "Button up!" he screamed above the noise, bringing his hands together in an urgent gesture understood by all spacemen. As the girl staggered to her feet, he whirled and leaped toward the junction of the cross corridors. He wasted no time in a vain glance upwards. He knew what Truesdale had done. Only setting off the torpedo's rockets in the enclosed turret compartment would have caused an explosion just severe enough to rupture the ship's skin. If the warheads had gone off, he never would have known it. Diving headlong through the opening in the deck, he experienced a dizzying shift of gravity as he passed through the plane of the main deck. When he had his bearings again, he scrambled up the ladder toward the belly turret. By the time he got the airtight hatch open, he was beginning to pant in the thinning air. He pulled himself through at last and sealed the compartment. Phillips sucked in a deep, luxurious breath while he glanced about. This turret, he saw, was a duplicate of the other. He immediately located the intercom screen and called the control room. Donna's worried face appeared. "Where are you?" was her relieved inquiry. Phillips explained what had happened. "The only thing," he concluded, "is to try it from here." "I think they must have spotted the flash," Donna told him. "The instruments show a shift in their course." "Blast right at them," said Phillips. "We might get away with it if we're quick." He turned away, leaving the intercom on. A few quick steps took him to the control panels in the bulkhead. Guided by his lessons in the other turret, and by faded memories of space school on Earth, he brought up two of the torpedoes. He checked the radio controls and ran the missiles into the launching tubes. As he worked with nervous sweat running into his eyes, he was aware of the intermittent jar of rocket blasts. "Run him down," he muttered, trying to steady his hand on the controls. He had a hand at each panel, with the torpedoes poised viciously in the tubes, when he heard Donna shout, shrill with excitement, over the intercom. Instantly he launched the missiles. He started the rockets by remote control and scanned the screens for sight of the other vessel. For a moment his view was confused by the expanding puff of air, then that froze and drifted back to the hull, and he could see the stars. Donna's voice, strained but coldly controlled, came over the intercom with readings from her instruments. He corrected his courses accordingly. Then he saw the image of their target centered on one screen, so he concentrated on steering the other missile. He made the nose yaw, but was unable to locate anything on its screen. "You're sending one of them too far above, I think," Donna reported. "I have something wrong," he shouted. "I can't spot them at all for that one. The jets must be out of line and shooting it in a curve." Nevertheless, he fired a corrective blast on the weight of the guess before returning his attention to the first torpedo. This one was right on the curve. He could see the massive hull of the cruiser plainly now. It was almost featureless until, as he watched, several sections seemed to slide aside. The screen showed him a momentary glimpse of a swarm of small, flame-tailed objects spewing forth from one of the openings. Then the view went dark. "Interceptor rockets with proximity fuses," he muttered. "They'll be after us next, crazy mean and frantic." Over the intercom, he heard Donna exclaim in dismay. He caught a fleeting sight of her face and realized that the situation must be torture for the girl, as for himself or any normal person of their civilization. Cursing himself for an optimist, he raised 2 more of the missiles from the magazine. Hopping about like a jet checker 5 minutes before takeoff time, he made them ready. It seemed like hours before he got them into the launching tubes and blew them out into the void. Again he watched the other vessel appear ahead of his torpedoes, this time on both screens. Before the gap narrowed, he had a better opportunity to see the defenses of the cruiser in action. A whitish cloud of gas was expelled from his target's hull, bearing a myriad of small objects which promptly acquired a life of their own. Both screens were filled with flashing, diverging trails of flame. Then nothing. "They're heading at us," called Donna. "Hang on." Phillips had already pulled the switches to bring up a new pair of torpedoes. Hearing the urgency in Donna's tone, he leaped toward a rack of spacesuits and grabbed. The next instant he was pinned forcibly against the rack by acceleration as Donna made the ship dodge aside. From one side he heard a screech of grating metal. The fresh missiles must have jammed halfway out of the storage compartment. It gave him a weird feeling of unreality as he hung there helplessly to see one of the screens on the bulkhead pick up something moving, gleaming, metallic. "Donna," he shouted hoarsely, "let up!" "I don't dare," she gasped over the intercom. "I lost them, but they were starting after us." "Let up," repeated Phillips. "They're dead ahead of that wild shot of ours. Let me get to the controls." He dropped abruptly to the deck as the acceleration vanished. One leap carried him to the radio controls. The metallic gleam had swelled into a huge spaceship. The cruiser was angling slightly away from the point from which he seemed to be viewing it. How soon, he wondered, would they detect the presence of his torpedo? Or would they neglect this direction, being intent upon the destruction of those who were attempting to frustrate their mad dash for Mars? Philip stood before the screen, clenching his fists. There was, after all, nothing for him to do but watch. The gleaming hull expanded with a swelling rush. Details of construction, hitherto invisible, leaped out at him. A crack finally appeared as the section began to slide back. This time, however, there was no blinding flare of rockets. The blacking out of the screen coincided with Donna's scream. "It hit!" In the silence that follows, he thought he heard a sob. "Oh, Phillips," she said, recovering. "We did it. They're—" "Hang on," said Phillips. "I'll climb into a spacesuit and come forward." He switched off the intercom and dragged a suit from the rack. It took him a good 15 minutes to get the helmet screwed on properly and to check everything else. He realized that he was very tired. He opened the exit hatch, seized the top of the ladder and his gauntlets as the air exploded out of the turret, and climbed back to the main deck. Clumping forward through the airless corridor, he stopped to look into the compartment where he'd left Brecken. He quickly slid the door shut again. He found that Donna had sealed off the corridor just short of the control room by closing a double emergency door that must have been designed to form an airlock in just such a situation. He hammered upon it, and she slid it open from the control desk. It closed again behind him, and he entered the control room through the usual door. The girl helped him to remove the suit and motioned him toward the screen. Phillips regarded the scene without enthusiasm. The sight of the dead man had reminded him of what the compartments of that other vessel must look like by now. Its parts were beginning to scatter slowly. He looked at Donna and found her regarding him soberly. "What will they do with us now?" she asked. She looked exhausted. He extended an arm, and she leaned against him. "You heard what Varret said," he told her. "Yes, but will he keep his word? They might be ashamed of us now that it's done. Even if they're not, I can't bear the thought of going back to Earth and having them stare at me." Phillips nodded. He remembered the morbid curiosity during his own trial, the crowds who'd watched him with a kind of shrinking horror, and he'd actually been responsible for saving a spaceship and its crew, had they cared to look on that side of the affair. But he had killed. That was no longer the action of a normal human being, according to popular thinking. "I guess you and I are the only ones who will understand one another from now on," he shrugged. Donna smiled faintly, just as the signal sounded on the communication screen. It was Varret, looking pale and strained. He listened to Phillips's account, including the deaths of Truesdale and Brecken, and apologized for his appearance. He had, he informed them, been unpleasantly ill when he'd seen the explosion. "It was a terrible thing," Varret continued sadly, "but necessary. They were beyond reasoning with and a deadly menace." He pulled himself together and tried to hide his agitation by reminding them of his promise. He suggested that they consider their request while his ship attempted to tow them into Deimos. Phillips glanced speculatively at Donna. They would be two outcasts, however much their deed might be respected abstractly, however much official expressions of gratitude were employed to gloss over the fact. He might as well take one chance more. "We've already decided," he said boldly. "I hear you're building a new space station on Deimos." The old man nodded, surprised. "We will ask for a deed to that moon, and a contract to operate the beacon and radio relay station," Phillips stated flatly. Varret blinked, then smiled slightly in a sort of understanding admiration. "Reasonable and astute," he murmured after a moment's hesitation. "I think I appreciate the motive. Perhaps if that ship can be repaired and remodeled, we can include it, so that you may take short visits to Mars." He warned them to watch for the emergency crew he would send to their aid, and switched off. Phillips then dared finally to turn and look inquiringly at Donna. Her smile was relaxed for the first time since they'd met. "Nice bargaining," she said, and Phillips felt like the king of something larger than a tiny Martian satellite. End of This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. The Worshippers by Damon Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Reyto. The Worshippers by Damon Knight. It was a very different thing, Algernon Weaver decided, actually to travel in space. When you read about it, or thought about it in terms of what you read, it was more a business of going from one name to another. Algol to Sirius, Aldebaran to Epsilon Ceti. You read the names and the descriptions that went with them, and the whole thing, although breathtaking in concept, of course, when you really stopped to meditate on it, became rather ordinary and prosaic and somehow more understandable. Not that he'd ever approved. No, he had that at least to look back upon. He had seen the whole enterprise as pure presumption, and had said so, often. The heavens were the heavens, and earth was earth. It would have been better, much better for all concerned, if it had been left that way. He had held that opinion, he reminded himself gratefully, from the very beginning, when it was easy to think otherwise. Afterward, of course, when the first starships came back with the news that space was aswarm with creatures who didn't even resemble man, and had never heard of him, and didn't think much of him when they saw him, well, who but an idiot could hold any other opinion? If only the Creator had not seen fit to make so many human beings in his image, but without his common sense. Well, if he hadn't, then for one thing, Weaver would not have been where he was now, staring out an octagonal porthole at an endless sea of diamond-pierced blackness, with the empty ship humming to itself all around him. It was an entirely different thing, he told himself. There were no names and no descriptions and no feeling of going from one known place to another known place. It was like standing outdoors on a still summer night and looking up at the dizzying depths of the stars, and then looking down to discover that there was no planet under your feet, and that you were all alone in that alien gulf. It was enough to make a grown man cry, and Weaver had cried often in the empty red twilight of the ship, feeling himself hopelessly and forever cut off, cast out and forgotten. But as the weeks passed, a kind of numbness had overtaken him, till now, when he looked out the porthole at the incredible depth of sky, he felt no emotion but a thin, disapproving regret. Sometimes he would describe himself to himself, just to refute the feeling that he was not really here, not really alive. But his mind was too orderly, and the description would come out so cold and terse. Algernon James Weaver, 1942 to present, historian, civic leader, poet, teacher, philosopher, author of Development of the School System in Schenectady and Schoharie Counties, New York, pamphlet 1975, An Address to the Women's Clubs of Schenectady, New York, pamphlet 1979, Rhymes of a Philosopher, 1981, Parables of a Philosopher, 1983, Reflections of a Philosopher, 1986. Born in Detroit, Michigan, son of a Methodist minister, educated in Michigan and New York public schools, B.A., New York State University, 1959, M.A., NYSU Extension, 1964, unmarried, surviving relatives. That was the trouble. It began to sound like an obituary, and then the great humming metal shell would begin to feel like a coffin. Presumption, pure presumption. None of these creatures should have been allowed to get loose among the stars, man least of all. It cluttered up the universe. It undermined faith, and it had got Algernon Weaver into the devil of a fix. It was his sister's fault, actually. She would go, in spite of his advice, up to the moon, to the UN sanatorium in Aristarchus. Weaver's sister, a big-framed, definite woman, had a weak heart and 75 superfluous pounds of fat. Doctors had told her she would live 20 years longer on the moon. Therefore she went and survived the trip and thrived in the germ-free atmosphere, weighing just 1/6 of her former 210 pounds. Once she was there, Weaver could hardly escape visiting her. Harriet was a widow, with large resources, and Weaver was her only near relative. It was necessary, it was prudent for him to keep on her good side. Moreover, he had his family feeling. He didn't like it, not a minute of it, not the incredible trip, rising till the earth lay below like a botched model of itself, not the silent mausoleum of the moon. But he duly admired Harriet's spacious room in the sanatorium, the recreation rooms, the auditorium. Space-suited, he walked with her in the cold earthlight. He attended her on the excursion trip to Layfield, the interstellar rocket base on the far side of the moon. The alien ship was there, all angles and planes. It came from Zeta Aurigae, they told him, and was the second foreign ship to visit Sol. Most of the crew had been ferried down to Earth, where they were inspecting the people, without approval, Weaver was sure. Meanwhile, the remaining crewman would be pleased to have the sanatorium party inspect him. They went aboard, Harriet and 2 other women, and 6 men, counting the guide and Weaver. The ship was a red-lit cavern. The crewman turned out to be a hairy horror, a 3-foot headless lump shaped like an eggplant, supported by 4 splayed legs, and with an indefinite number of tentacles wriggling below the stalked eyes. "They're more like us than you'd think," said the guide. "They're mammals. They have a nervous organization very like ours. They're susceptible to some of our diseases, which is very rare, and they even share some of our minor vices." He opened his kit and offered the thing a plug of chewing tobacco, which was refused with much tentacle waving, and a cigar, which was accepted. The creature stuck the cigar into the pointed tip of its body, just above the 6 beady black eyes, lit it with some sort of flameless lighter, and puffed clouds of smoke like a volcano. "And, of course, as you see, they're oxygen breathers," the guide finished. "The atmosphere in the ship here is almost identical to our own. We could breathe it without any discomfort whatever." "Then why don't we?" Weaver thought irritably. He'd been forced to wear either a breathing mask or a pressure suit all the time he'd been on the moon, except when he'd been in his own sealed room at the sanatorium, and his post-nasal drip was unmistakably maturing into a cold. He'd been stifling sneezes for the last half hour. He was roused by a commotion up ahead. Someone was on the floor, and the others were crowding around. "Help me carry her," said the guide's voice sharply in his earphones. "We can't treat her here. What is she, a heart case? Good Lord. Clear the way there, will you?" Weaver hurried up, struck by a sharp suspicion. Indeed, it was Harriet who was being carried out, and a good thing, he thought, that they didn't have to support her full weight. He wondered vaguely if she would die before they got her to a doctor. He could not give the thought his full attention or feel as much fraternal anxiety as he ought, because he had to sneeze. The others had crowded out into the red-lit space of the control room where the airlock was. Weaver stopped and frantically tugged his arm free of the rubberoid sleeve. The repressed spasm was an acute agony in his nose and throat. He fumbled the handkerchief out of his pocket, thrust his hand up under the helmet, and blissfully let go. His eyes were watering. He wiped them hurriedly, put the handkerchief away, worked his arm back into the sleeve, and looked around to see what had become of the others. The airlock door was closed, and there was no one in the room but the hairy eggplant shape of the Aurigian, still puffing its cigar. "Hey," said Weaver, forgetting his manners. The Aurigian did not turn, but then, which was its front or back? The beady black eyes regarded him without expression. Weaver started forward. He got nearly to the airlock before a cluster of hairy tentacles barred his way. He said indignantly, "Let me out, you monster! Let me out, do you hear?" The creature stood stock still in an infuriating attitude until a little light on the wall changed from orange to red-violet. Then it crossed to the control board, did something there, and the inner door of the lock swung open. "Well, I should think so," said Weaver. He stepped forward again, but his eyes were beginning to water. There was an intolerable tickling far back in his nostrils. Eyes squeezed shut, his whole body contorted with effort. He raised his arm to begin the desperate race once more. His hand brushed against something. His kit slung just above his waist. There were handkerchiefs in the kit, he recalled suddenly, and he remembered what the guide had said about Aurigean air. He tugged the kit open, fumbled, and found a handkerchief. He zipped open the closure of his helmet and tilted the helmet back. He brought up the handkerchief and gave himself over to the spasm. He was startled by a hoarse boom, as if someone had scraped the strings of an amplified bull fiddle. He looked around, blinking, and discovered that the sound was coming from the Aurigean. The monster, with its tentacles tightly curled around the tip of its body, was scuttling into the corridor. As Weaver watched in confusion, it vanished, and a sheet of metal slid across the doorway. More boomings came shortly from a source Weaver finally identified as a grill over the control panels. He took a step that way, then changed his mind and turned back toward the airlock. Just as he reached the nearer airlock door, the farther one swung open, and an instant torrent of wind thrust him outward. Strangling, Weaver grabbed desperately at the doorframe as it went by. He swung with a sickening thud into the inner wall, but he hung on and pulled himself back inside. The force of the wind was dropping rapidly. So was the air pressure. Ragged black blotches swam before Weaver's eyes. He fumbled with his helmet, trying to swing it back over his head, but it stubbornly remained where it was. The blow, when he struck the airlock wall, he thought dimly, it must have bent the helmet so that it would not fit into its grooves. He forced himself across the room toward the faint gleam of the Aurigean control board. Shaped like a double horseshoe it was, around the two lattice-topped stools and bristling with levers, knobs, and sliding panels. One of these, he knew, controlled the airlock. He slapped blindly at them, pulling, pushing, turning, as many as he could reach. Then the floor reeled under him, and as he fell toward it, changed into a soft, grey, endless mist. When he awoke, the airlock door was closed. His lungs were gratefully full of air. The Aurigean was nowhere to be seen. The door behind which he had disappeared was still closed. Weaver got up, stripped off his spacesuit, and, by hammering with the sole of one of the boots, managed to straighten out the dent in the back of the helmet. He put the suit back on, then looked doubtfully at the control board. It wouldn't do to go on pulling things at random. He might cause some damage. Tentatively, he pushed a slide he remembered touching before. When nothing happened, he pushed it back. He tried a knob, then a lever. The inner door of the airlock swung open. Weaver marched into it, took one look through the viewport set in the outer door, and scrambled back out. He closed the airlock again and thought a minute. In the center of each horseshoe curve of the control board was a grey translucent disc with 6 buttons under it. They might, Weaver thought, be television screens. He pressed the first button under one of them, and the screen lighted up. He pressed the second button, then all the others in turn. They all showed him the same thing, the view he'd seen from the viewport in the airlock. Stars, and nothing but stars. The moon, incredibly, had disappeared. He was in space. His first thought, when he was able to think connectedly again, was to find the Aurigean and make him put things right. He tried all the remaining knobs and levers and buttons on the control board, reckless of consequences, until the door slid open again. Then he went down the corridor and found the Aurigean. The creature was lying on the floor with a turnip-shaped thing over its head, tubes trailing from it to an open cabinet in the wall. It was dead and decaying. He searched the ship. He found storerooms with cylinders and bales of stuff that looked as if it might possibly be food. He found the engine room with great piles of outlandishly sculptured metal and winking lights and swinging meter needles. But he was the only living thing on board. The view from all 6 directions, in the control room telescreens and in the ship's direct viewports alike, was exactly the same. The stars, like dandruff on Weaver's blue serge suit, no one of them apparently any nearer than the others, no way to tell which, if any of them, was his own. The smell of the dead creature was all through the ship. Weaver closed his helmet against it. Then, remembering that the air in his suit tank would not last forever, he lugged the corpse out to the airlock, closed the inner door on it, and opened the outer one. It was hard for him to accept the obvious explanation of the Aurigian's death, but he finally came to it. He recalled something the guide had said about the Aurigian's susceptibility to earthly infections. That must have been it. That had been why the creature had bellowed and run to seal itself off from him. It was all his fault. If he'd not sneezed with his helmet open, the Aurigian would not be dead. He would not be marooned in space. And the other Aurigians down on Earth would not be marooned there. Though they, he decided wistfully, would probably get home sooner or later. They knew where home was. As far as he could, he made himself master of the ship and its contents. He discovered, by arduous trial and error, which of the supposed foods in the storerooms he could eat safely, which would make him sick, and which were not foods at all. He found out which of the control board's knobs and levers controlled the engines, and he shut them off. He studied the universe around him, hoping to see some change. After nearly a month, it happened. One star grew from a brilliant pinpoint to a tiny disk, and each time he awoke it was larger. Weaver took counsel with himself and pasted a small piece of transparent red tape over the place on the telescreen where the star appeared. He scratched a mark to show where the star was on each of 3 succeeding days. The trail crawled diagonally down toward the bottom of the screen. He knew nothing about astrogation, but he knew that if he were heading directly toward the star, it ought to stay in the same place on his screen. He turned on the engines and swung the steering arm downward. The star crawled toward the center of the screen, then went past. Weaver painstakingly brought it back, and so, in parsec-long zigzags, he held his course. The star was now increasing alarmingly in brightness. It occurred to Weaver that he must be traveling with enormous speed, although he had no sensation of movement at all. There was a position on the scale around the steering arm that he thought would put the engines into reverse. He tried it, and now he scratched the apparent size of the star into the red tape. First it grew by leaps and bounds, then more slowly, then hardly at all. Weaver shut off the engines again and waited. The star had planets. He noted their passage in the telescreen, marked their apparent courses, and blithely set himself to land on the one that seemed to be the nearest. He was totally ignorant of orbits. He simply centered his planet on the screen as he had done with the star, found that it was receding from him, and began to run it down. He came in too fast the first time, tore through the atmosphere like a lost soul and frantically out again, sweating in the control room's sudden heat. He turned out in space and carefully adjusted his speed so that ship and planet drifted softly together, gently, as if he had been doing this all his life. Weaver took the ship down upon a continent of rolling greens and browns, landed it without a jar, saw the landscape begin to tilt as he stepped into the airlock, and barely got outside before the ship rolled 10,000 feet down a gorge he'd not noticed and smashed itself into a powdering of fragments. 2 days later, he began turning into a god. 2. They had put him into a kind of enclosed seat at the end of a long rotating arm, counterweighted at the opposite side of the air car proper, and the whole affair swung gently in an eccentric path around and up and down as the air car moved very slowly forward through the village. All the houses were faced with broad wooden balconies stained blood red and turquoise, umber and yellow, gold and pale green, and all of these were crowded to bursting with the blue and white horny chests and the big-eyed faces of the bug things. Weaver swung in his revolving seat past first one level and another, and the twittering voices burst around him like the stars of a 4th of July rocket. This was the 5th village they'd visited since the bug things had found him wandering in the mountains. At the first one he'd been probed, examined, and twittered over interminably. Then the air car had arrived. They'd strapped him into this ridiculous seat and begun what looked very much like a triumphal tour. Other air cars without the revolving arm preceded and followed him. The slowly floating cars and their riders were gay with vari-colored streamers. Every now and then one of the bug things in the cars would raise a pistol-like object to fire a pinkish streak that spread out high in the air and became a gently descending, diffusing cloud of rosy dust. And always the twittering rose and fell, as Weaver revolved at the end of the swinging arm. One had to remember, he reminded himself, that earthly parallels did not necessarily apply. It was undignified, certainly, to be revolving like a child on a merry-go-round while these crowds glared with bright alien eyes. But the important thing was that they had not once offered him any violence. They had not even put him into the absurd revolving seat by force. They led him to it gently, with a great deal of gesturing and twittered explanation. And if their faces were almost nauseatingly unpleasant, with the constantly moving complexity of parts that he'd seen in live lobsters, well, that proved nothing except that they were not human. Later, perhaps, he could persuade them to wear masks. It was a holiday, a great occasion. Everything testified to that. The colored streamers, the clouds of rosy dust like skyrockets, the crowds of people lined up to await him. And why not? Clearly they'd never before seen a man. He was unique, a personage to be honored, a visitor descended from the heavens, clothed in fire and glory, like the Spaniards among the Aztecs, he thought. Weaver began to feel gratified, his ego expanding. Experimentally he waved to the massed ranks of buck things as he passed them. A new explosion of twittering broke out, and a forest of twig-like arms waved back at him. They seemed to regard him with happy awe. "Thank you," said Weaver graciously. "Thank you." In the morning there were crowds massed outside the building where he'd slept, but they did not put him into the air car with the revolving arm again. Instead, 4 new ones came into his room after he'd eaten the strange red and orange fruit that were all of the bug diet he could stomach, and began to twitter very seriously at him while pointing to various objects, parts of their bodies, the walls around them, and Weaver himself. After a while, Weaver grasped the idea that he was being instructed. He was willing to cooperate, but he did not suppose for a moment that he could master the bird-like sounds they made. Instead, he took an old envelope and a stub of pencil from his pocket and wrote the English word for each thing they pointed out. "Orange," he wrote. It wasn't an orange, but the color was the same, at any rate. "Thorax. Wall. Man. Mandibles." In the afternoon they brought a machine with staring lenses and bright lights. Weaver guessed that he was being televised. He put a hand on the nearest buck thing's shoulder and smiled for his audience. Later, after he'd eaten again, they went on with the language lesson. Now it was Weaver who taught, and they who learned. This, Weaver felt, was as it should be. These creatures were not men, he told himself. He would give himself no illusions on that score, but they might still be capable of learning many things that he had to teach. He could do a great deal of good, even if it turned out that he could never return to Earth. He rather suspected that they had no spaceships. There was something about their life, the small villages, the slowly drifting air cars, the absence of noise and smell and dirt, that somehow did not fit with the idea of space travel. As soon as he was able, he asked them about it. No, they had never traveled beyond their own planet. It was a great marvel. Perhaps he could teach them how sometime. As their command of written English improved, he catechized them about themselves and their planet. The world, as he knew already, was much like Earth as to atmosphere, gravity, and mean temperature. It occurred to him briefly that he'd been lucky to hit upon such a world, but the thought did not stick. He had no way of knowing just how improbable his luck had been. They themselves were, as he had thought, simple beings. They had a written history of some 12,000 of their years, which he estimated to be about 9,000 of his. Their technical accomplishments, he had to grant, equaled Earth's, and in some cases surpassed them. Their social organization was either so complex that it escaped him altogether, or unbelievably simple. They did not, so far as he could discover, have any political divisions. They did not make war. They were egg-layers, and they controlled their population simply by means of hatching only as many eggs as were needed to replace their natural losses. Just when it first struck Weaver that he was their appointed ruler, it would be hard to say. It began, perhaps, that afternoon in the air car, or a few days later when he made his first timid request for a house of his own. The request was eagerly granted, and he was asked how he would like the house constructed. Half timidly, he drew sketches of his own suburban home in Schenectady, and they built it, swarms of them working together, down to the hardwood floors and the pneumatic furniture and the picture moldings and the lampshades. Or perhaps the idea crystallized when he asked to see some of their native dances, and within an hour the dancers assembled on his lawn, 500 of them, and performed until sundown. At any rate, nothing could have been more clearly correct once he'd grasped the idea. He was a man, alone in a world of outlandish creatures. It was natural that he should lead. Indeed, it was his duty. They were poor things, but they were malleable in his hands. It was a great adventure. Who knew how far he might not bring them? Weaver embarked on a tour of the planet, taking with him 2 of the bug things as guides, and a third as a pilot and personal servant. Their names in their own tongue he had not bothered to ask. He had christened them Mark, Luke, and John. All 3 now wrote and read English with fair proficiency. Thus Weaver was well served. The trip was entirely enjoyable. He was met everywhere by the same throngs, the same delight and enthusiasm as before, and between villages there seemed to be nothing on the planet that could be called a city. The rolling green countryside, dotted with bosquets of yellow and orange flower trees, was most soothing to the eye. Weaver noted the varieties of strangely shaped and colored plants, and the swarms of bright flying things, and began an abortive collection. He had to give it up for the present. There were too many things to study. He looked forward to a few books to be compiled later, when he had time, for the guidance of Earthmen at some future date. The flora of Terra Nova, the fauna of Terra Nova. All that was for the distant future. Now he was chiefly concerned with the Terra Novans themselves, how they lived, what they thought, what sort of primitive religion they had, and so on. He asked endless questions of his guides, and through them of the villagers they met, and the more he learned, the more agitated he became. "But this is monstrous," he wrote indignantly to Mark and Luke. They had just visited a house inhabited by 17 males and 12 females. Weaver was now beginning to be able to distinguish the sexes, and he had inquired what their relations were. Mark had informed him calmly that they were husbands and wives, and when Weaver pointed out that the balance was uneven, had written, no, not 1 to 1, all to all husband and wife of each other. Mark held Weaver's indignant message up to his eyes with one many-jointed claw, while his other 3 forelimbs gestured uncertainly. Finally he seized the notepad and wrote, "Do not understand monstrous, please forgive. They do for more change, so not to make each other have tiredness." Weaver frowned and wrote, "Does not your religion forbid this?" Mark consulted in his own piping tongue with the other two. Finally, he surrendered the notepad to Luke, who wrote, "Do not understand religion to forbid. Please excuse. With us, many religion. Some say spirits and flower. Some say in wind and sun. Some say in ground. Not say to do this, not to do that. With us all people the same. No one tell other what to do." Weaver added another mental note to his already lengthy list. "Build churches." He wrote, "Tell them this must stop." Mark turned without hesitation to the silently attentive group and translated. He turned back to Weaver and wrote, "They ask, please, what to do now instead of the way they do?" Weaver told him, they must mate only 1-to-1 and for life. To his surprise, the translation of this was greeted by unmistakable twitterings of gladness. The members of the adulterous group turned to each other with excited gestures, and Weaver saw a pairing off process begin with much discussion. He asked Mark about it later as they were leaving the village. "How is it that they did this thing before, for more variety, as you say, and yet they seem so glad to stop?" Mark's answer was, "They very glad to do whatever thing you say. You bring them new thing. They very happy." Weaver mused on this, contentedly on the whole, but with a small undigested kernel of uneasiness, until they reached the next village. Here he found a crowd of Terranovans of both sexes and all ages at a feast of something with a fearful stench. He asked what it was. Mark's answer had better not be revealed. Feeling genuinely sick with revulsion, Weaver demanded, "Why do they do such an awful thing? This is 10 times worse than the other." This time Mark answered without hesitation, "They do this like the other for more change. Is not easy to learn to like, but they do, so not to make themselves have tiredness." There were 3 more such incidents before they reached the village where they were to sleep that night, and Weaver lay awake in his downy bed, staring at the faint shimmer of reflected starlight on the carved roof beams, and meditating soberly on the unexpected, the appalling magnitude of the task he had set himself. From this he came to consider that small dark kernel of doubt. It was of course dreadful to find that his people were so wholly corrupt, but that at least was understandable. What he did not understand was the reason they could be so easily weaned from their wickedness. It left him feeling a little off balance, like a man who has hurled himself at his enemy and found him suddenly not there. This reminded him of jiu-jitsu, and this in turn of the ancient Japanese, to whom, indeed, his Terranovans seemed to have many resemblances. Weaver's uneasiness increased. Savage peoples were notoriously devious. They smiled and then thrust knives between your ribs. He felt a sudden prickling coldness at the thought. It was improbable. It was fantastic that they would go to such lengths to gratify his every wish if they meant to kill him, he told himself, and then he remembered the Dionysian rites, and a host of other too similar parallels. The king for a day or a year, who ruled as an absolute monarch and then was sacrificed, and Weaver remembered with a stab of panic, usually eaten. He'd been on Terra Nova for a little over a month by the local calendar. What was his term of office to be? 2 months? 6? A year? 10 years? He slept little that night, woke late in the morning with dry, irritated eyes and a furred mouth, and spent a silent day inspecting each new batch of natives without comment, and shivering inwardly at each motion of the clawed arms of Mark, Luke, or John. Toward evening he came out of his funk at last, when it occurred to him to ask about weapons. He put the query slyly, wording it as if it were a matter of general interest only, and of no great importance. Were they familiar with machines that killed, and if so, what varieties did they have? At first, Mark did not understand the question. He replied that their machines did not kill, that very long ago they had done so, but that the machines were much better now, very safe and not harmful to anyone. Then, wrote Weaver carefully, you have no machines which are made for the purpose of killing? Mark, Luke, and John discussed this with every evidence of excitement. At last, Mark wrote, "This very new idea to us." But do you have in this world no large, dangerous animals which must be killed? How do you kill those things which you eat? No dangerous animals. We kill food things, but not use machines. Give some things food, which make them die. Give some no food, so they die. Kill some with heat. Some eat alive. Weaver winced with distaste when he read this last, and was about to write, "This must stop," but he thought of oysters, and decided to reserve judgment. After all, it had been foolish of him to be frightened last night. He'd been carried away by a chance comparison which, calmly considered, was superficial and absurd. These people were utterly peaceful. In fact, spineless. He wrote, "Take the air car up farther, so that I can see this village from above." He signaled John to stop when they had reached a height of a few hundred feet. From this elevation he could see the village spread out beneath him like an architect's model, the neat cross-hatching of narrow streets separating the hollow curves of rooftops, dotted with the myriad captive balloons launched in honor of his appearance. The village lay in the gentle hollow of a wide valley, surrounded by the equally gentle slopes of hills. To his right it followed the bank of a fair-sized river. In the other three directions the checkered pattern ended in a careless, irregular outline, and was replaced by the larger pattern of cultivated fields. It was a good site, the river for power, sanitation, and transportation, the hills for a sheltered climate. He saw suddenly, in complete sharp detail, how it would be. "The trip is over," he wrote with sudden decision. "We will stay here and build a city." 3. The most difficult part was the number of things that he had to learn. There was no trouble about anything he wanted done by others. He simply commanded, and that was the end of it. But the massive knowledge about the Terranovans and their world before he came appalled him not only by its sheer bulk, but by its intricacy, the unexplained gaps, the contradictions. For a long time after the founding of New Washington, later New Jerusalem, he was still bothered a little by doubt. He wanted to learn all there was to learn about the Terranovans, so that finally he would understand them completely, and the doubt would be gone. Eventually he confessed to himself that the task was impossible. He was 47 years old. He had perhaps 30 years ahead of him, and it was not as if he were able to devote them solely to study. There was a written history of the Terranovans, which covered minutely a period of 9,000 years, though not completely. There were periods and places which seemed to have left no adequate records of themselves. The natives had no reasonable explanation of this phenomenon. They simply said that the keeping of histories sometimes went out of fashion. Then there was the biology of the Terranovans and the countless other organisms of the planet. Simply to catalogue them and give them English names, as he had set out to do, would have occupied him the rest of his lifetime. There was the complex and puzzling field of social relations. Here again everything seemed to be in unaccountable flux, even though the overall pattern remained the same and seemed as rigid as any primitive people's. There was physics, which presented exasperating difficulties of translation. There was engineering, there was medicine, there was economics. When he finally gave it up, it was not so much because of the simple arithmetical impossibility of the job, as because he realized that it didn't matter. For a time he'd been tempted away from the logical attitude toward these savages of his, a foolish weakness of the sort that had given him that ridiculous hour or two when, he now dimly recalled, he'd been afraid of the Terranovans, afraid of all things that they were fattening him for the sacrifice. Whereas it was clear enough, certainly, that the former state of the Terranovans, their incomprehensible society and language and customs, simply had no practical importance. He was changing all that. When he was through, they would be what he had made them, no more and no less. It was strange, looking back, to realize how little he'd seen of his destiny there at the beginning. Timid little man, he thought, half in amusement, half contemptuously, nervous and fearful, seeing things small. Build me a house like the one I had in Schenectady. They had built him a palace. No, a temple. And a city. And they were building him a world. A planet that would be his to the last atom when it was done. A corner of the universe that was Algernon James Weaver. He recalled that in the beginning he'd felt almost like these creatures' servant. Public servant, he had thought, with self-righteous, lukewarm pleasure. He'd seen himself as one who built for others, the more virtuous because those others were not even men. But it was not he who built. They built, and for him. It was strange, he thought again, that he should not have seen it from the first, for it was perfectly clear, and all of a pattern. The marriage laws, thou shalt not live in adultery. The dietary laws, thou shalt not eat that which is unclean. And the logical concomitant, the law of worship, thou shalt have no gods before me. The apostles, Mark, Luke, and John, later Matthew, Philip, Peter, Simon, Andrew, James, Bartholomew, and Thomas. He had a feeling that something was wrong with the list besides the omission of Judas. Unluckily, he had no Bible. But it was really an academic question. They were his apostles, not that others. The pattern repeated itself, he thought, but with variations. He understood now why he had shelved the project of Christianizing the natives, although one of his first acts had been to abolish their pagan sects. He had told himself at first that it was best to wait until he'd put down from memory the salient parts of the Holy Bible, Genesis, say, the better-known Psalms, and a condensed version of the Gospels, leaving out all the begats and the Jewish tribal history and awkward things like the Songs of Solomon. Thy mandibles are like pomegranates. No, it wouldn't do. And of course he'd never found time to rack his brains for the passages that eluded him, but all that had been merely a subterfuge to soothe his conscience while he slowly felt his way into his new role. Now it was almost absurdly simple. He was writing his own holy book, or rather Luke, Thomas, and a corps of assistants were putting it together from his previous utterances, to be edited by him later. The uneasy rustling of chitinous arms against white robes recalled him from his meditation. The swarm of priests, altar boys, and the rest of his retinue was still gathered around him, waiting until he should deign to notice them again. Really, God thought with annoyance, this wool-gathering, at such a moment. The worshippers were massed in the temple. A low, excited twittering rose from them as he appeared and walked into the beam of the spotlight. The dark lenses of television cameras were focused on him from every part of the balcony at the rear of the hall. The microphones were ready. Weaver walked forward as the congregation knelt and waited an impressive moment before he spread his hands in the gesture that meant, "Rise, my children." Simon, previously coached, translated. The congregation rose again, rustling, and then was still. At a signal from Simon, the choir began a skirling and screeching which the disciples warranted to be music, religious music, composed to fit the requirements he had laid down. Weaver endured it, thinking that some changes must come slowly. The hymn wailed to an end, and Weaver gripped the lectern, leaning carefully forward toward the microphones. "My children," he began, and waited for Solomon's twittering translation. "You have sinned greatly," twitter, and in many ways. Twitter. But I have come among you. Twitter. To redeem your sins. Twitter. And make them as though they'd never been. Twitter. He went on to the end, speaking carefully and sonorously. It was not a long sermon, but he flattered himself that it was meaty. At the end of it, he stepped back a pace and folded his arms and their long silk-white sleeves across his chest. Simon took over now, and so far as Weaver could judge, he did well. He recited a litany which Weaver had taught him, indicating by gestures that the congregation was to repeat after him every second speech. The low chirping welled from the hall, a comforting, warming sound, almost like the responses of a human congregation. Weaver felt tears welling to his eyes, and he restrained himself from weeping openly only by a gigantic effort. After all, he was a god of wrath, but the love which swept toward him at this moment was a powerful thing to gainsay. When it was all over, he went back to his sanctum, dismissed all his retinue except his regular assistants, and removed the ceremonial robes. The people responded well, he said. I am pleased. Simon said, They will work hard to please you, master. You bring great happiness to them. That is well, said Weaver. He sat down behind his great desk, while the others stood attentively below him in the sunken foresection of the sanctum. What business have you for me today? There's the matter of the novel, master, said Mark. He stepped forward, mounted a single step to Weaver's dais, and laid a sheaf of papers on the desk. This is a preliminary attempt which one called Peter Smith has made with my unworthy help. I will read it later, Weaver told him. It was poor stuff, no doubt. What else could one expect? But it was a start. He would tell them what was wrong with it, and they would try again. Literary criticism, armaments, tariffs, manners. There was no end to it. What else? Luke stepped forward. The plans for the large weapons you commanded your servants to design, master. He put 3 large sheets of parchments on the desk. Weaver looked at the neat tracery on the first and frowned. You may come near me, he said. Show me how these are meant to operate. Luke pointed to the first drawing. This is the barrel of the weapon, master, he said. As you commanded, it is rifled so that the missile will spin. Here the missile is inserted at the breech according to your direction. Here is the mechanism which turns and aims the weapon as you commanded. It is shown in greater detail on the second sheet. And here on the third is the missile itself. It is hollow and filled with explosive powder, as you ordered, and there is in the tip a device which will attract it to the target. Weaver gravely nodded. Has it been tested? In models only, master. If you direct, the construction will begin at once. Good. Proceed. How many of these can you make for me within a month? Luke hesitated. Few, master. At first all must be done by hand methods. Later it will be possible to make many at a time, 50 or even 100 in 1 month. But for the first 2 or 3 months, master, 2 weapons in a month is all that your unworthy servants can do. Very well, said Weaver. See to it. He turned and examined the large globe of the planet which stood on his desk. Here was another product of his genius. The Terranovans had scarcely had maps worthy of the name before his coming. The 3 major continents trailed downward like fleshy leaves from the North Pole. He had called them America, Europe, and Asia, and they were so lettered on the globe. In the southern hemisphere, besides the tips of Europe and Asia and fully a third of America, there was a 4th continent, shaped rather like a hat, which he had called Australia. There was no Africa on Terra Nova, but that was small loss. Weaver had never thought highly of Africa. The planet itself, according to the experts who had been assigned the problem, was little more than 10,000 miles in diameter. The land area, Weaver thought, probably amounted to more than 50 million square miles. It was a great deal to defend, but it must be done. "Here is your next assignment," he told Luke. "Put a team to work on selecting and preparing sites for these guns when they're built. There must be one in every 1,000 square miles." Luke bowed and took the plans away. For otherwise, Weaver thought somberly, another ship might land some day, and how could I trust these children not to welcome it? Sunlight gleamed brilliantly from the broad white marble plaza beyond the tall portico. Looking through the windows, he could see the enormous block of stone in the center of the plaza, and the tiny robot aircar hovering near it, and the tiny ant-shapes of the crowd on the opposite side. Beyond, the sky was a clear, faultless blue. "Are you ready now, Master?" asked Luke. Weaver tested his limbs. They were rigid and almost without sensation. He could not move them so much as the fraction of an inch. Even his lips were as stiff as that marble outside. Only the fingers of his right hand, clutching a pen, felt as if they belonged to him. A metal frame supported a notepad where his hand could reach it. Then he wrote, "Yes, proceed with the statue." Luke was holding a tiny torpedo-shaped object that moved freely at the end of a long, jointed metal arm. He moved it tentatively toward Weaver's left shoulder. Outside, the hovering air-car duplicated the motion. The grinder at its tip bit with a screech into the side of the huge stone. Weaver watched, feeling no discomfort. The drug Luke had injected was working perfectly. Luke moved the pantograph pointer again and again until it touched Weaver's rope body. With every motion, the aircar bored a tunnel into the stone to the exact depth required and backed out again. Slowly, a form was beginning to emerge. The distant screech of the grinder was muffled and not unpleasant. Weaver felt a trifle sleepy. The top of one extended arm was done. The aircar moved over and began the other, leaving the head still buried in stone. After this, Weaver thought, he could rest. His cities were built, his church founded, his guns built and tested, his people trained. The Terranovans were as civilized as he could make them in one generation. They had literary societies, newsstands, stock markets, leisure and working classes, baseball leagues, armies. They had had to give up their barbaric comfort, of course. So much the better. Life was real. Life was earnest. Weaver had taught them that. The mechanism of his government ran smoothly. It would continue to run with only an occasional guiding touch. This was his last major work. The monument. Something to remember me by, he thought drowsily. Myself in stone, long after I am gone. That will keep them to my ways, even if they should be tempted. To them I will still be here, standing over them, gigantic, imperishable. They will still have something to worship. Stone dust was obscuring the figure now, glittering in the sunlight. Luke undercut a huge block of the stone, and it fell, turning lazily, and crashed on the pavement. Robot tractors darted out to haul the pieces away. Weaver was glad it was Luke whose hand was guiding the pantograph, not one of the bright, efficient younger generation. They'd been together a long time, Luke and he, almost 10 years. He knew Luke as if he were a human being, understood him as if he were a person. And Luke knew him better than any of the rest, knew his smiles and his frowns, all his moods. It had been a good life. He'd done all the things he set out to do, and he'd done them in his own time and his own way. At this distance, it was almost impossible to believe that he had once been a little man among billions of others, conforming to their patterns, doing what was expected of him. His free hand was growing tired from holding the pen. When all the rest was done, Luke would freeze that hand also, and then it would be only a minute or so until he could inject the antidote. He scribbled idly. "Do you remember the old days before I came, Luke?" "Very well, master," said the apostle, "but it seems a long time ago." "Yes," Weaver told himself contentedly, "just what I was thinking. We understand each other, Luke and I." He wrote, "Things are very different now, eh?" "Very different, master. You made many changes. The people are very grateful to you." He could see the broad outlines of the colossal figure now, the arms in their heavy ecclesiastical sleeves outstretched in benediction, the legs firmly planted. But the bowed head was still a rough, featureless mass of stone, not yet shaped. "Do you know," Weaver wrote on impulse, "that when I first came I thought for a time that you were savages who might want to eat me?" That would startle Luke, he thought. But Luke said, "We all wanted to, very much. But that would have been foolish, master. Then we would not have had all the other things. And besides, there would not have been enough of you for all." The air car screeched, driving a tunnel along the edge of the parted vestments. God felt a cold wind down the corridor of time. He'd been that close, after all. It was only because the natives had been cold-bloodedly foresighted that he was still alive. The idea infuriated him, and somehow he was still afraid. He wrote, "You never told me this. You will all do a penance for it." Luke was dabbing the pointer carefully at the bald top of Weaver's head. His horny, complicated face was unpleasantly close, the mandibles unpleasantly big even behind his mouth veil. Luke said, "We will, very gladly, except that perhaps the new ones will not like it." Weaver felt bewildered. In one corner of his mind he felt a tiny darkness unfolding, the kernel of doubt forgotten so long but there all the time, growing larger now, expanding to a ragged, terrifying shape. He wrote, "What do you mean? Who are the new ones?" Luke said, "We did not tell you. We knew you would not like it. A spaceship landed in Asia 2 months ago. There are 3 people in it. One is sick, but we believe the other 2 will live. They are very funny people, master." The pantograph pointer moved down the side of God's nose, and another wedge of the stone fell in the plaza. "They have 3 long legs and a very little body, and a head with 1 eye in front and 1 behind. Also, they have very funny ideas. They're horrified at the way we live, and they're going to change it all around." Weaver's fingers jerked uncontrollably, and the words wavered across the page. "I don't understand. I don't understand." "I hope you're not angry, master," said Luke. "We are very grateful to you. When you came, we were desperately bored. There had been no new thing for more than 7,000 years since the last ship came from space. You know that we have not much imagination. We tried to invent new things for ourselves, but we could never think of anything so amusing as the ones you gave us. We will always remember you with gratitude." The pantograph was tracing Weaver's eyelids and then the unfeeling eyes themselves. "But all things must end," said Luke. "Now we have these others who do not like what you have done, so we cannot worship you any more. And anyway, some of the people are growing tired. It has been 10 years. A long time." One thought pierced through the swirling fear in Weaver's mind. The guns, built with so much labor, the enormous guns that could throw a shell 200 miles, the crews manning them night and day to destroy the first ship that came in from space, and they had never meant to use them. Anger fought with caution. He felt peculiarly helpless now, locked up in his own body like a prison. "What are you going to do?" he scrawled. "Nothing that will hurt, master," said Luke. "You remember I told you long ago we had no machines for killing before you came. We used other things, like this drug which paralyzes. You will feel no pain. Algernon Weaver's hand, gripping the pen as a drowning man holds to a stave, was moving without his volition. It was scrawling in huge letters over and over, "No, no, no." "It's too bad we cannot wait," said Luke, "but it has to be done before the new ones get here. They would not like it, probably." He let the pointer go, and it hung where he had left it. With two jointed claws he seized Weaver's hand and straightened it out to match the other, removing the pen. With a third claw he thrust a slender needle under the skin. Instantly the hand was as rigid as the rest of Weaver's body. Weaver felt as if the last door had been slammed, the telephone wires cut, the sod thrown on the coffin. "This is the way we have decided," said Luke. "It is a shame, because perhaps these new ones will not be as funny as you, after all, but it is the way we have decided." He took up the pantograph pointer again. In the plaza, the air car grounded the huge stone head, outlining the stern mouth, the resolute bearded jaw. Helplessly, Weaver returned the stare of that remorseless, brooding face, the face of a conqueror. End of The Worshippers by Damon Knight.